Great.
Yeah.
Let's wait for 1 more minute so that everyone joins and then we can start.
Wonderful. And
Sure.
thanking everyone who has joined us on time. And on this occasion, welcoming everyone. This is Swati from PharmaState, and today's host and moderator would be Shazia for you. And Shazia, over to you to take this session forward and enlighten us.
Thank you, Dr. Swati, and I hope I do justice with the host and moderating you all. And hope everyone having a great start to the week. And now I'm just starting off. Okay, a very pleased welcome to one and all who have joined the World Pharma Brand Managers Day 2023. I would like to thank each and every one of you for being here with us today. I hope everyone had a great start to the new year. And with this new year, we would like to welcome each one of you to the Learners Party 2023. Before we start our learning with the leading luminaries in the pharma industry, I would request you all to be here, starting with great enthusiasm. Let's share some enthusiasm with a video. I am hoping everyone has the same level of zeal as this video. Starting on, I am 𝗕𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗍𝗃, host for the event. I feel very grateful that I am the person who is starting this event for the pharmaceutical industry, and hope that I would be able to do justice to the pharma veterans, all the panel discussions, hosting and moderating, and calling out for the event here. So this year's theme is patient centricity, which is becoming increasingly important in the pharmaceutical industry and is essential for achieving marketing excellence. By understanding the pain points of patients, pharma companies can create effective marketing strategies that address the needs and concerns of the patients. Let's learn more as we move forward. Can we have a brief pull-out of what we all are going to see here today with another video? many familiar faces over here, welcoming every one of you. This surely puts a mark on the beginning, I guess. And as we all know today, we are here to commemorate the legacy of late Professor 𝗕𝗵𝗃𝗺𝗏, who is known as the father of pharma brand management, whose contribution to the field will always be remembered and celebrated. And well, as we going ahead, starting with the inauguration, before I turn my reams to the other speakers, can we have the inauguration done with a video remembering the father of pharma brand management? Thank you. And so here I will be starting now and starting on. I believe none of the speakers for the evening require an introduction, but for the sake of protocol, allow me to introduce each one of them as we move to begin the evening with a veritable stronghold of speakers from the pharma industry. Without further ado, let's move forward. We have Dr. 𝗕𝗃𝗏𝗺𝗏, Chairman IDF Southeast Asia Region and President of PHADAS. Professor 𝗕𝗵𝗶𝗆𝗺𝗏𝗺 is internationally known and respected for his knowledge and humanitarian activities in institutes like 𝗕LIOS Global Private Limited, which is rendering wonderful help to patients across the globe. Professor Azad was born in Barishal, which is a city of knowledge with many educational institutions. Dr. Azad has more than 106 publications in reputed international and national journals. He has also contributed chapters in 5 books on medical sciences. Professor Azad was a professor of gastroenterology at IPGMR Dhaka and Director of Research, Development and Academy at Bangladesh Institute of Research and Rehabilitation for Diabetes, Endocrine and Metabolic Disorder, popularly known as 𝗕H𝗃𝗵𝗃𝗺𝗏. Having you here, Dr. Azad, is a pleasure. Everyone is waiting from you, so I won't be in line. Yes.
Do you
Over to you.
You want me to give my talk now?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Well, please allow me to thank the organizers for inviting me. And in the beginning, I must warn you that I'm not a very good speaker. I can make a very short speech, and that is thank you. I can also make a long speech. That is thank you very much. But I shall not make this. I'll say something. And the topic that I have been asked to speak on is prediabetes. I shall not go into detail, but technically prediabetes is in IGT and IFC, impaired fasting glucose or impaired glucose tolerance. And me and Devashish, I just had a talk with him, that you can call GDM is also a pre-diabetic state. You see, I think this pre-diabetic state has not been given the due importance that it deserves. Number one, we all know pre-diabetes, that means they are prone to become diabetes. They're normal population, so that's true. But most of the time, people think pre-diabetes is not a disease. But pre-diabetes is also a disease, because once they convert to diabetes, then they're diabetic, you see. But even when they are not converted to diabetes, they are prone to get macrovascular disease. So, and then secondly, that is pre-diabetes. If we can tackle them at that stage, then progression of diabetes can be largely checked. So, you know, once you are diabetic, you are almost lifelong. I'm now saying lifelong, see. Because nowadays there are alternate thinking that whether diabetes, before it progresses too much, it can be reverted to completely normal state. See? This is also being done. So what I am saying, that it must be given due importance. See? In Bangladesh, even due importance is not given to GDM. I believe that GDM is given better importance to India. See? Our Indian colleagues have done much better work, like 𝗕𝗵𝗂𝗶𝗆 in South India. He created a lot of awareness. But anyhow, we know one thing, that lifestyle modification would greatly reward the processes. But we do not know one thing, and that needs to be found out. That how would you motivate people? And in fact, I dare say, we medical profession and medical para-profession, we are no match to what you call the criminals like tobacco industries. See? Tobacco is such a harmful thing, and also is very unpleasant to start with. But they're still able to persuade people to take up smoking. You'll have to admire them from that point. But we doctors have no match to them, that how we can persuade people to lifestyle modification. We always say, well, we are advising, people are not listening. But in Bengali, we say, I'll say in Bengali, then I'll translate. Pagoleo nijer bhalo bujhe. Even a insane also understands what is not good for him, you see. So then why do people listen? The actual thing is that we do not know what language will motivate. So this is one thing I want to suggest, that we must try to find out the language which will motivate people. I will try to remind you two movies, you see. A great movie that was made in late 70s. One flew over the cuckoo's nest. I don't know any of you have seen it. If you haven't seen it, you should see it. It's one of the greatest movies ever made. And once you come out from the cinema hall, you'll realize that it's not easy to differentiate from normal to abnormal or paranormal. And even 1,000 pages will not be able to make you understand it better than that. So that's the effect of a movie. So we think we have to find out language. In Bangladesh, we are trying to give the message to religious leaders. Here, many of my colleagues here are from the Muslim community. And Muslims have got Friday congregation. And there the imam, the person who leads the prayer, he gives a sermon. And in sermon, he is supposed to say what is good for, what is people need to do at this time of the year. And now, if they are prepared to say that that's how you can prevent diabetes, you can prevent conversion from IGT to diabetes. So that should have an effect. But I think we should try to do that. In Bangladesh, we tried that. We have piloted that. We have done in 100 mosques with great acceptance. We are now studying the impact. And then if the impact shows very good, then we'll try to upscale it throughout the country. And also, from GDM point of view, people start after they conceive. So we thought, why not start at the time of marriage, so that people can be persuaded before conception. So that is we call preconception. So these are just examples. Also here, from the point of view of pharmaceutical industry, now there are chemo prevention. Some are already proven, like metformin. Is known that it can prevent or delay conversion to diabetes. So I think from pharma industry's point of view, there are many molecules now in the field of diabetes. Some of them have great potential for use for prevention of this. I think I have taken more time that I wanted to take. My appeal to pharmaceutical industry will be, now we should take up this issue of chemo prevention of pre-diabetes to diabetes. And this will be a great, even from business point, it will be gold mines. Because people now become careful when they're diabetes. But then people should be careful even before that. And there could be chemo prevention will make a great impact on the society. I hope that I have not wasted all your time. Again, thank you for inviting me for this. Thank you.
That's such an informative talk by Dr. Azad. And yes, it's a great start to the whole pharma industry in Bangladesh and those in India too. And when I'm speaking in behalf of whole industry, Dr. Azad. Thank you so much.
Yeah, just a minute. Dr. Azad, you made a very, very impactful point that till now, even medical fraternity thinks that diabetes is the disease. Now we have to recognize that pre-diabetes is also a disease area where we can have interventions. Thank you for making that, pointing that for all of us. And really grateful to you for joining us today. And within 15 minutes, you said a lot that makes a lot of sense to all of us. Thank you, Azad sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's really a great start to the event. And yes, moving on and carrying on forward, we have here with us Professor 𝗕𝗃𝗶𝗆𝗆 sir. Well, everyone is acquainted with him, but for the sake of protocol, I wanted to say that he is a perpetual learner, carries with him 50 years of learning experience in marketing and sales, mentored by legends late Professor 𝗕𝗃𝗵𝗆 and late Professor 𝗕𝗵𝗃𝗍𝗃, an author of 8 books on pharma branding, marketing, and sales, a mentor to many B school students and renowned brand managers in the pharma industry. A very warm welcome to you, 𝗕𝗃 sir.
Thank you.
We would like you to address the audience about the evening.
Thank you and Assalamu alaikum. This first day of the World Pharma Brand Managers event is dedicated to the patients and the people of Bangladesh. My salams to all of them. Perhaps you all know that this event is to commemorate or rather perpetuate the memories of Professor 𝗕𝗃𝗵𝗆 and Professor 𝗕r𝗏, the legends in the Indian pharmaceutical industry. And Professor 𝗕𝗃𝗵𝗆 is also known as the father of brand management. I don't want to take away much time from our very young speakers and panelists. At this point of time, I would just say 𝗕𝗏𝗵𝗆𝗆.
Oh, Shazia, you are on mute.
I am sorry. Thank you so much, 𝗕𝗃 sir. Thank you. And with this, we can start the evening. And a very warm welcome to 𝗕𝗵𝗵𝗆𝗆 sir to World Pharma Brand Managers Day 2023. 𝗕𝗵 sir has been associated with 𝗕mark since almost its inception in 1976. First as a research investigator, later a whole-time director, and now the managing director. Well, I'm going a little off plate here. During his school days, 𝗕𝗵 sir was an outstanding soccer player, which made him an excellent team player and stickler for time discipline. He is passionate about pharmaceutical prescription research professionally, and I would say that this passion never ends. With this, 𝗕𝗵 sir, I would like you to enlighten us with some words on your father, late Professor 𝗕𝗃𝗵𝗆𝗆, along with the importance of patient centricity and the pharma industry.
Thank you, Shazia. First of all, I must thank you, Vivek and Swati, for creating this platform for us. And are you going to share the slides or should I?
You can go ahead, sir.
but I'm not so competent as for how.
Don't worry, we will be sharing this. No worries.
Yeah.
Just a moment. I'll be sharing the screen with you.
Or let me try. Is it coming now? Yeah. Okay.
Yes. I hope the screen is visible to all.
Yeah.
Yes.
So first of all, good afternoon. 𝗕𝗵𝗴𝗆𝗆 𝗧𝗵𝗺𝗍𝗆. Thank you. And the topic is very interesting. Patient-centric approach for excellence in pharma marketing, right? So next. Yeah. So this you could see the legend and particularly the doyen in pharma industry today, but he is no more physically. Let me give a brief about him. He started his career in 50s with Professor Patient-Centric at Statistical Institute, Calcutta. That time it was Calcutta, now it is Kolkata. So when Professor Patient-Centric passed away, he joined 𝗕𝗵𝗶𝗆𝗆 Thomson, the then #1 advertising firm in India, right? And fondly known as Hindustan Thomson. The then chairman, Mr. 𝗕R𝗵𝗃𝗆𝗆𝗆 actually picked him from Statistical Institute. The purpose to set up market research, because Hindustan Thomson, they are known for advertisement, but for doing appropriate advertisement, one should know the customer, requirement, what customer likes, dislikes. So for this, that time he was not professor, he was only 𝗕𝗵𝗵𝗆. So he joined as an executive. And subsequently, he floated that autonomous division, IMR, Indian Market Research Bureau, and he was responsible for the first commercial market research in India. Earlier, it was, of all government-based, that is actually Statistical Institute used to conduct under the leadership of doyen Professor Patient-Centric. So one can say he was a student of Professor 𝗵𝗆𝗆. Then in 1970-71, he got an offer from IIM Calcutta, Indian Institute of Management, Calcutta, as a professor of marketing. They don't have any professor in marketing at that point of time. So with 1/4 remuneration, he joined, because he said, whether I am enjoying it or not, that is more important, right? So now I have, let me join. So he joined, and but by that time he developed a lot of friendship with a lot of people. So and then subsequently become the professor of visiting professor in Harvard Business School and MIT, USA, right? So meanwhile, in 1975-76, our respected, that time again, Mr. 𝗕𝗵𝗆𝗆, initially, he was a managing director of Glaxo. That time, Glaxo has two divisions. One is family care division, and subsequently, another division was the healthcare division. So he was promoted from family care division to healthcare division. And in the family care division, that time they have Complan, they have Glucon-D, all those products, right? And he conducted a lot of study with IMRB. So that way he was familiar to Professor 𝗕𝗵𝗆𝗆𝗆, right? So when he got the promotion, he don't know anything about pharma. So he came to Calcutta and asked professor that I would like to emancipate the mind of the medical practitioner, right? So what is their mind? Otherwise, how can I influence? And then you see, that time I just completed my school, joined university for pursuing my graduation. So I became the first, research investigator and conducted a lot of interviews late in the evening with the medical practitioners. And weekend he used to come from Mumbai, and then he started interviewing me how I have conducted these interviews, all these things. I used to get a lot of firing from him for not doing appropriate, probing all these things. Anyway, that's a great learning. And then subsequently what happened, this mark, initially it was actually marked under the name of proprietorship of 𝗕𝗵𝗺𝗺𝗺, the better half of Professor Mitra, my mother. And I was one of the staff. So, but what happened, then Dr. 𝗕𝗵𝗂𝗿𝗆, the then director of IIM Calcutta, he said, my mother, that do you have, why you are spending so much? Because if professor is earning 100 rupees from IIM Calcutta, Mark is paying 200 rupees as a retainer fee to IIM Calcutta. So please stop this drainage and you float a private limited company, focusing as the managing director. And then subsequently in 80, after 4 years, Mark becomes 𝗕. So that about, and then subsequently, let me keep it short. Now come to the interesting topic with the present situation. And with, case study, let me explain how patient-centric approach for excellence in pharma marketing, right? See, today we have mainly two types of data sources, right? So one is sales data, another is prescription data. Sales data, sales data we can procure from secondary data. We have our in-house sales data for any pharma company, and definitely sales data is very important, no doubt. But apart from that, 𝗕, in fact, the mark and then subsequently 𝗕 establish this prescription data. And for pharma formulation marketing, we believe for excellence, this is very, very interesting. Now, what is the difference? First, let's see the basic difference between these two approach. One is sales approach. Anyway, any industry, sales is very important. So naturally that is their sales approach. And another, in pharma industry, the advantage, because the ultimate user is patient, though in between we have the medical practitioners, right? So see, so if we adopt sales approach, that means to compete in an existing market. So sales wise, we say this is 1,000 crore market or 1 million, 2 million, whatever. So you size up as a fixed, rupee value or volume wise, right? Next is, if you see this patient-centric approach, right? So what are the opportunities there? Create uncontested market. So sky, we can say in one word, their sky is the limit, right? And we'll explain it with examples subsequently. Next is beat the competition. There is always, a rivalry if we approach, sales approach. So competition is more rivalry. So instead of having friendly relation, how can I snatch share from you, right? And from this patient-centric approach, make the competition irrelevant, because here we focus the complaint, the problem of the patient. So competition does not arise at all, isn't it? And the third point, there are so many points. Let us focus only 3 points and then we explain it. Exploit existing demand. So what is the role of marketing? Marketing role, as we have learned, to create demand. But in sales approach, the demand is already there. So how can I exploit the existing demand, right? Whereas if we adopt patient-centric approach, then we can create and capture new demand. So again, if you see all these 3 points, there is no competition. It's blue. And whereas the sales approach is red. But anyway, please don't take it otherwise. Don't take me otherwise. I'm not saying that sales approach is bad or anything, right? But definitely if we adopt patient-centric approach, and that's probably the best way to explore pharma formulation business, right? And may I now request the last line, Vivek, to add?
Thank you very much. Thank you. When we are talking about patient-centric approach in marketing, we have to keep in mind that the patient is the center of all activities, all the marketing activities, all the F&D activities, all the R&D activities, even the HR activities should be directed towards the good of the patient. And when everything is towards the good of the patient, it becomes imperative that one pharma organization, one company cannot do that, one organization cannot do that, and all the pharma companies should collaborate for the good of the patient. One point which Dr. 𝗕𝗵𝗴𝗆 is going to be talking later on. What is the origin of diabetes? Apart from being a familial disease and health and diet problem, many of the problems of diabetes, they emerge because of poor oral hygiene or poor dental hygiene. Companies which are very strong in diabetes, companies which are very strong in the dental segment, they can collaborate for the good of the diabetic patient. That is what I mean to say, that organizations can even collaborate for the good of the patient. Thank you, 𝗕𝗵𝗵𝗆.
Thank you, Vivek. And excellent. So see, instead of fighting, here we become friends and complementary to each other, right? So now let us have an example and let's explain the today's scenario. Today, you see, since we are associated with pharma industry and interacting almost every day, even in holidays, see, the problem whenever we address the problem coming from the grassroots level, that is from medical representative, they said that doctor today, you see, don't have time as proliferation of pharma companies, brand. So doctors, medical practitioners are really very, very disturbed and they don't want to spend time. Whenever they give some time, they said, "2 product bolna hai, just tell me about 1 or 2 product or 1 or 2 brand of your company and then push up." And you know, they allotted very little time, half an hour, say, or not every day, once in a week or twice in a week. And that point of time, we will say 10, 20 medical representative waiting, and they have hardly 1 or 2 minutes, right? So how to address or how to tackle this situation when doctor, medical practitioners restricting MR, medical representative, not to promote more than 1 or 2 brands? In that scenario, how can we promote a basket of brands, at least 4 or 5 brands? See, then we have to adopt again, as we have selected the topic today, patient-centric approach for excellence in pharma marketing. If we adopt sales-oriented marketing, definitely we will end with 1 or 2 products, right? So what is that? So we have to start with indication, right? The moment any prescription is written for a patient, and from our prescription research, we know what are the indication where doctor is prescribing. Let's take an example of antibiotic, right? We know antibiotic, it's a big basket. We have different family in antibiotic family. Penicillin, you know, we all know that Alexander Fleming discovered that long back, more than 100 years back. So, and after that, there are in that family, antibiotic family, we have macrolides, we have cephalosporin, we have fluoroquinolones, we have all these, you know, families. And within macrolides, we have azithromycin, we have erythromycin. And what we have seen today, particularly in India, azithromycin, this molecule, member of macrolide family, mainly use, you know, any antibiotic is for the management of infection, to control the bacteria, right? But this particular molecule, azithromycin, and the leading brand here is Azithral, promoted by Alembic, mainly for lower respiratory tract infection. For example, say asthma, COPD, you know, that is chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. So all these complicated lower respiratory tract infection, this is being used. Now, if we picked up one indication and start promoting our brand, then we get the opportunity, because the same patient having other complication. And for that, in a prescription, we have seen it's never end with one drug. There are a lot of adjuvant therapy. So what are those therapy? Here is an example, the prescription research. CPR means continuous prescription research, and this data based on all the prescribers, starting from GP, gynecologist, dentist, ENT, diabetologist, but diabetologists normally don't prescribe antibiotic. But whoever prescribe antibiotic, all specialists put together, and this is a chronic therapy, non-chronic, that is acute therapy, antibiotic, right? So with antibiotic, if there are 100 prescription, in 28 prescription, we see it is co-prescribed with anti-ulcerant. So overall, we could see there are a lot of, prescription, co-prescription with the GI, antibiotic prescribed with GI. Then you see if it is a severe acute type or say chronic type of COPD or bronchitis, that create pain also. So for pain management, doctor using NSAIDs, right? Then during, that create also bronchitis to cough and cold, all these things. So in such case, you can promote 4-5 products if you have the basket. And another advantage of patient-centric approach, that means prescription-based approach, we know the requirement when GP, what type of patient, what age group of patient, what type of complication a patient visiting a GP, right? So for the management of particular that disease, we can promote that basket, and that way we'll get the full attention automatically. If we talk in your interest, the moment a medical representative put the shoe of a doctor, what is doctor interest? To give relief to his patient, right? So if I talk in his term, his indication, what he is coming, what is his problem, so automatically we'll get his attention, and he will not restrict us to complete my communication with 1 or 2 brands, right? This is an example of acute therapy. Now, Sajia, let's see the next slide. That is chronic therapy. See, for the management of cardiovascular disease, diabetes already, doctor before that explained. So diabetes is today is a problem not only in India, not only in Bangladesh, it's a global phenomena. And in Asia, it is rapidly increasing. In prescription also, we have seen that the fast growing disease, that is diabetes. And diabetes is, associated with a lot of other complications. So cardiovascular disease, hypertension. So we get varieties of patients. Only hypertension, that is only 14%. If there are 100 cases, a cardiologist come across the patient, his patient profile, 14% patient or 15% patient having only cardiovascular problem. The rest, you see, cardiovascular with diabetes, then obesity, that is also increasing. So all put together, you see, we can promote a basket of product. And if you see a cardiologist, diabetologist, and consultant for the management of diabetes or CV, most of us are familiar, not only in an average, in a prescription today, we have 3 to 4 drugs. Whereas for the management of CV and diabetes, we have seen even 10 drugs. And average is more than 6 drugs, right? So see the opportunity. So that's why we can, from the same doctor, we can generate number of brand. Instead of, limiting our promotion to 1 or 2 brand, we can generate multiple brand prescription from the doctor. And that, for that, obviously, all of you will agree that we have to adopt patient-centric approach for excellence in pharma marketing. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for listening. And that's all.
Yeah,
Thank
you
you
so much.
sir.
Yeah, Shazia, just let me thank 𝗕𝗵𝗻𝗆. 𝗕𝗵𝗻𝗆, it was wonderful, briefly explained how patient centricity works and how to design strategies for marketing when you are actually thinking of promoting, co-promoting drugs. Thank you so much, 𝗕𝗵𝗻𝗆, for being here with us.
Thank you, Sajia and Vivek. We have a lot of homework for doing this. So you are also part of it. Yeah,
thank you, 𝗕𝗵𝗻𝗆.
Thank you, 𝗕𝗵𝗻 sir, for such informative talk.
Question and answer session, or we should proceed?
Yes, we will be taking questions, obviously, and we would like, I would like to say to everyone, please post their questions in the group, in the chat, so that we can take it at the end. Okay, so going on, with such enthusiasm. Like we had amazing speakers over here, amazing insights from them. So moving on, please join me in welcoming Mr. 𝗕𝗵𝗃𝗆, Vice President Marketing, 𝗬𝗏𝗍 Healthcare Limited. It is my pleasure to introduce a business strategist and marketing professional with a wealth of experience and a proven track record of success in the Indian pharmaceutical industry. With a career spanning over 25 years, Sir has been a key player in the growth and development of some of the most well-known names in the industry. With a background in brand visioning, strategizing, and super scaling as a part of senior leadership teams, as well as setting up and scaling up brands from end to end as a leader. Sir has wealth of knowledge and experience to share with us. Not to be forgotten, he is doing PhD on the subject of patient centricity. Let us hear from Mr. 𝗕𝗵𝗃𝗆 as he introduces us to the patient-centered approach in pharma marketing. Thank you, sir, for being here.
Thank you, 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗆. At the outset, I would sincerely like to thank 𝗕𝗵𝗃𝗶𝗆 sir, Swati ma'am, and the entire PharmaState team for giving me this opportunity to be associated with this wonderful initiative of World Pharma Brand Managers Day, and that too speaking on patient centricity. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are audible.
And the screen has been shared. Is the screen visible?
Yes, the screen is visible as well.
Okay, so let me start with a very taking back to 1950s. George Merck in 1950, who was the president of Merck at that time, said, "We try never to forget that medicine is for the people. It is not for the profits, and the profits follow. And if we have remembered that the medicine is for the patient, they have never failed to appear." And by far, if we look at when we look at the last 2 years or last 3 years, the evolution of patient centricity, we need an answer that is it proving to be true. Now, in the era of transactional marketing, growth is a challenge. There is a highly regulated environment. Return on investment is a big question mark. Costs of reaching the doctors and making them prescribe medications is on the rise. Marketing inputs are becoming costlier and costlier. Probably patient centricity could be the silver bullet for pharmaceutical companies. Now there are two aspects which are going to be very important: the will of the pharma marketeers and time to be persuasive enough would be decisive in the long run. Now, taking the topic ahead, we all have been brought up, as when we have evolved as marketeers, we have always treated that patients are as the last cog in the wheel. I would share with you a classical example. We at Juventus, we developed a growth chart in conjunction with the Indian Academy of Pediatrics. And this growth chart was supposed to be for doctors as well as for the patients. And we were directly dealing with the doctors. And when we designed this app, very honestly to confess, we did not consult the patients who were equally going to use this app. We depended solely on the physician aspect of it, right? This was way back in 2017, and the app is still operational. But the point was that even as marketeers, we did not consult any of the patients at that moment of time. So from that period of time, that is as early as 2017, now, when we look at 2022, patient centricity requires a paradigm shift from being treating patient as a last cog in the wheel to being patient-centric, right? As Vivek sir mentioned in a brief time before, right? Now, when we look at the subject of patient centricity, the subject is evolving. There have been multiple definitions of patient centricity. What is patient centricity? The definition differs in US, the definition differs in UK. right? Definition differs in Asia. But if we look at one or two best definitions which are available, we can define patient centricity as an attitude and approach that puts patient's interest central to all decision-making activities. This is one of the definitions. The second aspect, the second definition could be putting the patient first in an open and sustained engagement of the patient to respectfully and compassionately achieve the best experience and outcome for the person and their families. Now, this is as per BMG Innovations 2017. Now, there are some aspects of patient centricity which we really need to look at. It says open and sustained engagement. The parameter of open, what it tries to explain is, it means open is being transparent, and sustained means beyond any particular project, right? Beyond any particular project. And the patient to respectfully and compassionately achieve. The respectfully word speaks about, if you look at a mutual understanding and to accept diversity in viewpoints of the patients. And compassionately achieve means empathize with the patient. To generate what? To generate an impact for the patient, right? Now, when we look at patient centricity is an exercise with an end objective. And what is that end objective? And the end objective is creating patient value. And what is that patient value? Patient value is improvement in life of the patient as defined from the patient's perspective. I'm sorry, I'm not able to put in the video because there's something wrong with the probably the screen.
No worries. No worries.
Yeah, but I'm audible, I guess. Yeah.
Yes, you are audible.
Yeah. Right. So this is how the patient centricity is defined. And just to reiterate, the patient centricity as an exercise should lead to creating patient value. And patient value, how do we define patient value? Patient value is improvement in life of the patients as defined from the patient's perspective. Right. Now, one important aspect of patient centricity as a marketeer is patient engagement. And what is patient engagement? Now, patient engagement is defined as that patient does not remain a passive recipient of care interventions, but he becomes an important actor who should orient his course of action so that he could co-create and participate in the management of his and her healthcare. This is what is the meaning of patient engagement. Of course, patient engagement does not support unregulated self-care without agreement of an HCP. Now, what does it mean to a pharma marketer? It means that there is a increase in patient's role in healthcare decision making. Now, this becomes very important because there is a lot of economy opening up in US and UK because of this, patients' increasing role, because the patients are willing to go and pay out of the pocket, right, to achieve their health goals. And this is a separate economy which is building up, and therefore patient engagement becomes a very important factor. Now, we as pharma marketeers, what do we need to learn from this? We need to, look at evolving of strategies to address the needs of the patients as consumers. And this is what is an opportunity for pharma marketeers. Now, when we look at pharma marketers, our role has been primarily to empower the physicians till date. Now the role has to evolve to empower the patients. And this is what is the evolution which is required for pharmaceutical marketeers. And to empower the patients, what do we need to do? The basic need is to understand and empathize with the patient. This is what is the basic need. Now, when it comes to understanding and empathizing with the patient, there are a few parameters which we need to look at, or there could be few determinants. There could be demographic determinants like age, sex, occupation, education, family, status, religion. There could be psychographic determinants, lifestyle, social status, opinions, and attitudes. And when it comes to understanding the patient, clinical determinants also play a very important role, which is symptoms, disease subtypes, even biomarkers today become a very integral part of understanding the patient's need. Now, why are these factors important? Because when we look at patient as being engaged in his or her healthcare decisions, demographic determinants, psychographic determinants, or clinical determinants could impact the patient's gaining of skills to play an active role in the medical journey. And unless and until we as marketeers understand these determinants, it would be very difficult to plan or strategize for the actions to bring patient centricity into action. So understanding of demographic determinants, psychographic determinants, and clinical determinants is one aspect of the story. Now, what is very important apart from this is understanding the emotional journey of the patients and understanding psychology, because for a patient to be engaged in healthcare, his emotions and his psychology becomes very, very important, because he has to be activated emotionally to become a part of his journey. And therefore, understanding of the emotional journey after detection of the disease becomes very, very important. There is a patient health engagement model which helps us understand the patient emotional journey, and it has 4 phases. The phases are blackout, that is when the patient is diagnosed. He is shocked to know that I am suffering from this disease. And the stage which he is in, he totally relies on the caregivers or HCPs for decisions and action about their health care. Now, the second stage is he enters into the arousal phase, in which the patient acquires the first-hand knowledge and he starts to cope up with it. But he is hypervigilant, anxious, overreactive, and he tends to focus on the sick body. Now, this is a very typical stage of the patient emotional journey. The third stage in which he can go is adhesion, where the patient accepts the condition, right? He has understood that he suffers from a disease, but he is unable to navigate from events which are related to healthcare context. And in such a condition, he is confused and he may go back to arousal state. This is this is not a linear kind of a journey. This is a circular kind of a journey. And the final stage is the eudaimonic project, in which the patient is comfortable with his disease. He is accepted that he is with the disease, and he does not treat himself as a sick person, but he treats himself as a whole person. And this is when he can become an advocate for others, other patients. And generally, these patients enter into patient advocacy groups, and they help disseminate more information about health. And he is in complete acceptance of his own disease, and he treats himself as a whole person. So this is one of the emotional journeys. I'll come to the relevance of this patient health engagement model in a bit when we look at marketing. Taking ahead, there is another very important kind of emotional journey which has been put forward by Kübler-Ross, which is called as the Kübler-Ross grief cycle. Now, in this, there are 5 stages through which a patient passes through. The first stage is denial. The second stage is anger, in which he says, "Why me?" Then he starts bargaining as to, to find out why did he suffer and what could be the next step. Then the next step is depression. He's overwhelmed with the disease. And finally, he reaches the stage of acceptance. Now, this journey, why is it important from marketing viewpoint? This is because effective patient engagement will occur when pharma marketeers address the patient's unique need, which is specific of each phase. So, as marketeers, if we are able to understand the emotional journey of the patients, this would help us design better strategies to reach them and to convince them so that positive actions are followed. Generally, it is said that patients, when they are in denial or anger phase, they require a lot of information and communication. When they are in the bargaining and depression stage, they require emotional support. And in the later phase of depression and acceptance, they require guidance and direction. So now this is the basis of this cycle, and it has been proven that patient engagement increases when we understand their emotional behavior. Now, when it comes to pharma marketeers and patient centricity, a very important kind of tool or method which exists is creating a patient persona. Now, a patient persona actually is a fictional person that stands as a representation of the group of patients with significant similarities. Now, we were talking about diabetes. Now, patients with diabetes do suffer from heart disease. There are few patients who suffer from associated ulcers. There are few patients who suffer from eye disorders. So now, suppose if we want to serve a particular group of patients, we can create a patient persona based on the following characteristics. The patient persona will consist of goals, their demographics, what are the challenges which they face, what is their relationship with technology, what are their habits, so that we can reach these patients, and what through medium which are most liked by them. Now, taking the topic ahead, there could be another way of looking at creating patient persona or a patient cohort, right? And the patient cohort would be group of persons who have similar treatment pathways or who have a lot of similar disease profile, and therefore patient cohorts can be created based on disease subtypes. There could be severity, comorbidity, behavior of the patients, and treatment pathways. Now, these are different ways of creating patient cohorts or different parameters of creating cohorts. What is very, very relevant is one approach will not fit the bill. We'll have to integrate patient journeys and patient cohorts and personas to be really successful in terms of bringing patient centricity into marketing efforts. Now we have looked at, what is patient persona? How do we create a patient cohorts? But what is very relevant is how do we really understand what the patients want? Now, observational learning is that we can know, suppose if there is a loss of medication, there's a loss of adherence of the patient. We can look at what is that patient trying to do, in the sense he does not take the tablet. This is an observation. But why he does not take the tablet probably is an insight. Now, what is going to happen is that there are going to be databases which are going to be created all across the world, right? Which tell us the what. But when it comes to company-specific marketing efforts, what would be required will be why is it that the patient is behaving in this fashion. And once we get the answer of this why, probably we will understand the patient-centric approaches better and plan our actions in accordance. Now, for this, what I would request each one of you is, there is a beautiful video of about 10 minutes on YouTube, how to implement patient centricity in your organization by 𝗕𝗿𝗶𝗆 from UCB. You can refer to this. It's a 10-minute beautiful video which tells you how we can really look at patient centricity, incorporating patient centricity in your organizational efforts. Now, what he says is that there are three types of learning. One is observational, second is relational, and third is experiential learning. Now, when it comes to when we interact with HCPs to get the feedback, it is an related learning, because the doctor is seeing that patient, but he does not experience what the patient is actually going through. But when we talk directly to the patients, we actually come to know the experience which the patient is going through. And this knowing of why the patient is going through and how he is going through it is the insight which will help us to learn more about the patients. And therefore, there are multiple techniques which have been developed today to learn more about the patient's experience. This could be social listening. Social listening would refer to looking at the comments directly on the social media from a particular patient cohort or patient group, right? And learning from it. It's very dynamic, real time. So it gives us a feedback about what is happening in a particular patient cohort. Then there could be Zoom in sessions with patient groups. We could have a physical interaction with collaborative groups with patients and caregivers. There could be patient voice during the clinical trials. We can interact with patient advocacy groups, which can tell us about the patient's interests. And an emerging area for patient insights and patient listening could be wearables, because it may not be actually the voice of the patient, but it tells us what the patients are going through and their impact on biomarkers, which will help us design and define patient cohorts and patient personas. So these are some of the techniques which are available, for us to learn about the patient's experience. Now, one of the factors where the patient centricity begins is patient education. Now, research has found out that morbidity and mortality associated with poor medication due to adherence costs is somewhere about $528.4 billion annually. This is a huge impact, in terms of loss to the industry. Now, the industry could create a quick win by creating adherence, by supporting patient engagement, by removing the asymmetry of information. We in pharmaceutical industry and marketing want to push the content to the doctors and to the patients. And we want to make them hear what is good for us, right? We generally do not get a feedback as to what they want to hear and what kind of information they require. So pharma industry, we are culprits in terms of creating an asymmetry of information. And therefore, research has indicated that any communication from a pharma company or a pharmaceutical industry is taken with a pinch of salt. So the need could be probably to build trust and credibility in our communication by being, more, what you can say, true to our information. Now, what is the objective of this? The objective is to create patients' beliefs on necessity of treatment and allay concerns about safety and convenience, because these two are most, factors which affect non-adherence. Now, I was just going through, non-adherence in terms of Bangladesh in diabetes, non-adherence in Bangladesh and non-adherence in India. And June 20 research indicates that when it comes to diabetes, approximately 51.7% of the patients have low adherence to oral medication. And when it comes to socially economically backward class, there is zero adherence in 20% of the patients. So this indicates, total loss of the industry. Now, as brand managers, when we look at, a brand growing by 10%, brand growing by 20%, we generally miss out on what is lost due to non-adherence. And if we can incorporate this in terms of either packaging or technology like QR code, which has been covered by PharmaState Academy, we can increase adherence and the brands can themselves grow by 50 to 100% in chronic segments. Now, this is the impact of being patient-centric in the basic stage. Taking the topic ahead, there was a survey done in 479 patients from areas of cancer, autoimmune disease, cardiovascular or metabolic conditions. And patients have come out with a list of what they expect from pharma companies. What does it mean to be patient-centric according to them? And just to read out a few, what they say is, the company would be perceived to be patient-centric when the company helps make sure that the people who need medicines have access to them. The company communicates information on our disease. The company provides easy to understand and convenient information in plain language. The company helps you gain affordable access to their medicines. The company makes the patient make informed choices about healthcare and treatment options. The company listens and responds to the feedback with respect and humility. The company partners with the patients to innovate and measure impact and outcomes that are important to the patient. So these are a few important take-home messages which the patients have given to pharma companies. And if we really look at, none of them seem to be very, very difficult to be implementable, right? We can at least have a process to start in terms of patient centricity. One more very important aspect for marketeers in terms of patient centricity is retail or pharmacies. It is said that a near sick population visits their pharmacy 30 times a year. and 1.5 to 10 times more frequently than the primary care physician. So even pharmacies or retailers could be an important tool and for taking the initiatives, patient-centric initiatives, and improving adherence to medication. Now, if we have to amplify patient centricity, and if we have to look at enablers, then connectivity and technology are the two most enablers for patient centricity to be amplified. Today we have internet, 5G, we have mobile technologies, companies are getting digitalized, right? These could be the enablers for taking patient centricity to the new levels, especially when pharmaceuticals are concerned. There could be various techniques, there could be websites, there could be telemedicine. AI and ML help us in a lot of data analytics, creating data, patient personas, etc. We have apps and platforms which are available where we can involve a lot of patients. When it comes to physical, we have representatives. Then there are approaches like gamification to give patient information. So there are technology and connectivity is going to help us to take patient centricity to a new level, right? And I think so as marketeers, although we may not get into total details of the technology, but at least a brief knowledge of each of the functions would help us to understand how we can really take the patient centricity to the next level. Now there are enablers. Similarly, there are some challenges, which could be obstacles in terms of implementing patient centricity. And these are 4 or 5 important parameters which we need to overcome, obstacles which we need to overcome. There could be technology, but the ease of use today of technology is going to be very, very important. I was just going through, there are about 3.5 lakh apps, out of which only 10,000 apps have about 1.1 billion downloads. So rest of all of them have failed. Probably this is because there was not enough ease of use in the app. Second, from patient perspective, today digital literacy is a challenge. It's increasing, but still, especially in the lower socioeconomic groups, this could be a challenge. Health literacy is another area which is a challenge for all of us. Now, disease condition, acute care, does it require patient centricity, or is it only the chronic disorders which need patient centricity? So this is one debate and topic for debate and discussion as to which disease condition do you require a patient-centric approach. And when it comes to pharmaceutical companies, organizational culture to bring in patient centricity could be a huge, either a hurdle. Now, people, top management who are decision makers today, they have evolved over a period of time, need to understand what patient centricity is all about, because generally the culture flows top to bottom. So organizational culture becomes very, very important. Now, whenever we come across patient centricity, is there a measure for patient centricity? So there's an emerging research area. Now we said the patient who gets engaged, right? Who decides to get engaged. There is a measure which is being developed. It's a 6 or 7 point scale which can be given to patients, and then they give their answers, and you can actually monitor whether your patient-centric initiative has led to patient activation. This is called as patient activation measure. And then there is self-efficacy to manage chronic disease. This is another scale which is being developed. Although these are in the nascent stages, but still, these are being developed, and in time to come, they would probably give us a return on investment. So the last slide is we have looked at patient centricity. Although it involves a lot of organizational efforts, patient efforts, and technology, we have to start somewhere. And the journey of 1,000 miles generally begins with 1 step. So let us start to take the first step towards adopting patient centricity. Right. So this was what I would have presented. Open to comments and questions. Right.
Thank you so much. Just two comments to make.
Yes, sir.
One, that you mentioned that 528 billion loss
Yes.
because of non-patient, because of poor compliance.
Right.
Now, what is the magnitude of this 428 million? If you just consider the annual revenue generation of the Indian pharmaceutical industry, which is around $45 billion.
Yes.
$45 billion is the revenue generated by only by the Indian pharma industry, and the 528 is the loss to the industry because of non-patient adherence. So my submission to the marketeers, both in Bangladesh and India, if you just focus on this point, patient adherence in the patient-centric activities, we are doing a great service to the patients and even to the nation. How to the nation? Because consider the loss of man-hours because of the disease and because of non-adherence. That is still, if you start counting, I don't know where that point will reach. But non-adherence is definitely going to cost the nation a lot because of non-productive days. And the second point which you brought about, that is also very interesting. You talked about 7 to 8 points for the techniques of listening to the voice of the patient. And one more technique which we at PharmaState Academy have adopted is directly talking to the patient. And in the course of the 2 days, today and on Sunday also, you'll be listening to a lot of voice of the patient, and from which the pharma brand managers, the pharma marketeers, they can draw a lot of insights. In fact, I know of many MNCs which have not happened so far in India. Before they start, I'll give you one example. I may take the name Merck. When they introduced 𝗕𝗵𝗴𝗆 and 𝗕𝗵𝗵𝗆, they actually met patients at homes to get an insight into the problems of the diabetes patient. And from there, they drew their insights, and it made 𝗕𝗵𝗵𝗆 and 𝗕𝗵𝗴𝗆 such big brands, probably the biggest brands of the 21st century. So listening to the voice of the patient, listening to the patient becomes very, very important part of the brand building activities. This is one point which you have brought out. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Also, very well said. Yes, pharma marketing should be prioritizing patients and encourage open term engagement with them. And with
𝗧𝗵𝗃,
that,
I would like to mention something. 𝗲𝗏 sir, you actually talked about 𝗕ℎ𝗃 model, and that was an eye-opener for me. The way a patient feels, starting from being shocked, then realizing that he is a sick body, then realizing I'm a person, or maybe he swings between the two states, and then getting in a role that even if I am a patient, I need to do something which improves my condition and condition of the patients like me. That was a wonderful thing I learned today, and thank you for giving that insights to our learners today.
I have one request, Swati.
Yes, sir.
We have a very important point, a very, very important person in the audience. Professor 𝗙𝗿𝗆 is here as the patient. I would request Shazia to please make him the co-host, please.
sure, sir.
Because he is another patient. He was one of the authors of H2H marketing, along with 𝗕◵𝗃𝗄𝗍𝗆 and along with 𝗕◍. So please welcome Professor 𝗙𝗿𝗆.
All right, let me turn on my camera. Do you see me or you don't see me?
Yeah, we can see you, Professor.
Oh, you can see me. Oh, wonderful. Okay, I was listening to the current speech, and I'm very much impressed by the changes from last year to this year. But nevertheless, there are aspects which I would like to highlight, which I think are also important, because I just looked at the last year presentation which I gave to you, and the message I tried to give you last time was pharma industry is preparing for the digital future, which some companies are still preparing. And we'll heard some of the changes already today, and there will probably come more. But in the last 6 months, the changes in the digital industry were so dramatic, particularly in the direction of artificial intelligence, that the things what we had planned in digitalization actually has to be rethought. I mean, when you see now the tools which are available for customer interaction, for personal control systems, for interaction between digital tools like the control watches or other monitoring devices, we have now the possibilities that we can bring the whole industry, and of course also the benefit for the individual customer, on a much higher level. So the challenge of digitalization is still on, but in addition, the use of the new tools are absolutely required. So what we are discussing today is absolutely going in the right direction, but with the new possibilities, the human-centered approach gets new tools, gets new ways of interacting. And my request to you is, this is a call for action. You have to include this kind of developments, because if you are not including them, somebody else will do it. And if you don't do it, also the customer, the patient will suffer for it. Because I want, number one, monitor my health, my data, but on the other hand, I want this data be shared and being examined by specialists. I mean, the direct doctor or the health agent who is helping me, or even the pharma industry who can actually use this information to come up with better solutions. So I think where we are now is that our goal of having a patient-centered industry is absolutely a necessity. Number one, from the personal point of view, but also from a business point of view. So I would like to put this into your thoughts, which you have during this conference, and hopefully we can make the world better with this kind of applications.
Thank you so much, Professor 𝗏𝗏. Welcoming you here, we're literally surprised. And thanks to you for emphasizing it, that if the industry is listening, if you're not doing it, someone else will do. And obviously it is happening. We are seeing that dynamics happening in healthcare, where these initiatives are being taken. Thank you, Professor 𝗏𝗏, for being with us. Please stay with us, because we will be showing patient videos, and then a very young, energetic team of pharma professionals would be doing the inciting work on those videos. Please stay with us.
Yes, thank you.
A few questions, Shazia, we can take for the panel here. Mr. 𝗓𝗏 is there, 𝗕◵𝗃 is there. There are questions. I'll just take one or two questions, Shazia. Yeah.
Yeah, before that, Dr. Swati, just a comment from Praveen sir that he have well interacted with your thoughts, Mr. 𝗓𝗏, and he have said what you're stating with patient centricity. He believes there is a need to understand patient comorbid condition along with their key problem, which would be the long-term management disease therapy method. So that's all. Yes, we can go ahead with the questions.
Yeah, a good question from Mr. 𝗕◵𝗃𝗶𝗆. Does wearable means devices for Mr. 𝗓𝗏? If yes, then how would it help? Please elaborate on the devices part, Mr. 𝗓𝗏, for him. And also, how can pharma company implement it, as it is a huge cost?
See, wearables are devices, of course. The watches which we wear today, the huge, if I wear an Apple Watch, My heart rate is being monitored. The number of steps which I take is being monitored. My energy consumption is being monitored, right? Now, if I come to know this kind of data as to normally diabetic patients, what is the kind of energy consumption? What is the kilocalories lost? What are the number of steps which they take? So data could be used at two steps. One is the individualized data, which will help us, will help the companies, target the patients. This is one. The second is aggregation at the macro level would help us policymakers also take a decision and pharma companies also take a decision. So now what needs to be worked upon is that how do we collaborate with these device manufacturers to get the data and use it. So this is something which we really need to work on. But individualization and policy making with individualization, with individual data and combining the data or compiling the data would be of great use from devices, and that is an emerging area, I guess.
Thank you, Mr. 𝗕𝗏, for answering this one. 𝗙𝗵𝗻𝗃, this is for you from Mr. Tasdid. We have third party to do research and get data on market sales, IMS and prescription. What strategies can we take to do market research on patient problem or patient need? In case you have any case study, I think you already showed during your presentation how it should be done, but if anything you would like to add on strategies which can be done to do market research on patient problem or patient need.
So that depends on your therapy, right? So when you have, anybody can do research, that's not a problem. But see, when the data is available and when there are experts, and so otherwise fine, we can, in fact, even in India, 𝗓𝗵𝗆, they set up. I'm giving a live example. They did, GSK also did, then subsequently they came to CMARC to do that analysis. Because you cannot expect in today's competitive world, everybody has all the knowledge. So fine, if you feel so, any organization feels so, they can do that. Techniques are available, right? But you have to understand what is my business. I am going to dilute my business focus, dilute my focus. Otherwise, anybody can do that. Market is open. There is no hard and fast rule that this is for this segment is, for a particular organization or particular people.
Sure. Thank you.
If I understood the question appropriately, right?
Yeah. Thank you, 𝗙𝗵𝗃. And Shazia, let us move ahead with the patient video panel discussions for the day, which we all are eagerly awaiting, and welcoming panel, the chairperson also. Thank you, 𝗙𝗵𝗃. Thank you, Mr. 𝗕𝗏. Thank you, 𝗏𝗏, for being here. Please stay with us. Yeah.
Thank you, everyone. And we will now be moving to the patient videos, highlighting pain points and having a discussion around them. Today, we will be covering therapy areas of diabetes, arthritis, and lastly, acid peptic disorder. The panel discussion will be followed by the patient or caregiver videos in each of the 3 therapy areas. I want to acknowledge my gratitude to each one of them who have contributed to the videos. Before proceeding, I wanted to put a disclaimer. Can we have a print of that? Or let me just put a disclaimer. Okay. I hope everyone can see my screen, and the disclaimer states that all opinions, views, feedbacks, data, images, videos, interviews, or any other material shown during this event is purely for the learning and academic purpose of the subject, pharma brand management. None of the views or opinion expressed by the speakers in live mode or as recordings are to be considered as endorsement of any brand either. This event is a non-commercial, purely academic event, and the content, recording, or any part of this event cannot be used for any commercial purposes. And with this, I can start. I want to request our esteemed speaker, 𝗙𝗵𝗃𝗀, Mr. 𝗕𝗏 Mahajani, Professor Voldemort, to intervene in between also as we go ahead with the insights from the relevant therapy areas. Before I begin with the therapy areas, I would like to welcome panel chairperson, Mr. 𝗕𝗵𝗃𝗍, Executive Director of Marketing at Healthcare Pharmaceutical Limited. He has over 30 years of experience in the field, starting as medical representative and working his way up to marketing manager. He is an accomplished marketing professional and we look forward to his insights on the subject. Over to you, 𝗕𝗵𝗃𝗍, sir.
Hi, Shazia. Thank you very much. So thanks to all the members of PharmaState for organizing such a beautiful session. I would like to express my thanks to Vivek sir for his wonderful initiative. I also would like to express my thanks to Professor Azad Khan sir, the speaker of today's program, Professor 𝗕𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗆, Professor Vivek sir, Professor 𝗕𝗵𝗵𝗆, Mr. Alhad, Ms. Shazia, and Ms. Shati. So thank you very much.
Okay. We would like you to be here for the whole panel discussion, sir, and enlighten us again towards the end too, after the panel discussion.
So should I tell some?
Yes, yes, sure.
Okay, okay. So if we look at the pharma industry worldwide, actually, they are heavily focused on healthcare professionals and prescribers and the prescription and eventually the business. If we look at the mission and vision statement of all the major pharma companies worldwide, there are some elements, some points there about patient centricity, patient caring, but in reality, it is mostly focused on the healthcare professionals and prescribers. Unfortunately, it is very unfortunate that despite the pharma industry has so many contribution for the human being, breakthrough innovations, novel purpose, life-saving discovery for the benefit of the human being and the patients. Still, in general perception is that the pharma industry is for the business and for profit. So pharma executive needs to do much better job beyond that to make people, the general people and the patients, to believe that they are doing the right job and they are doing something great for the human being, for the benefit of the patient, not just for the money making industry. So this is very important point. Vivek sir, is that okay with you?
Absolutely, sir. Absolutely.
Okay. So in pharma, actually in pharma industry, no patient, no business. Patient is a main focus for business. Even in healthcare sector, healthcare sector means the healthcare professionals, clinics, hospitals, all this. and the pharma industry. For both, patients are the main. So no patient, no business. So patients are becoming more knowledgeable, more influential day by day. So patient centricity is now becoming more vital for pharma industry too. I believe so. So patient-centric culture is already there, especially in innovative company for R&D, for clinical trial, for new drug discovery, which can truly impact the condition of the disease or the patients. So it is already there at that level. But if we consider in the later part of the pharma industry, where the commercialization, so there is something still a lot of things to do. I think that is the time has already come, and maybe so far I know there are companies, they are doing some initiative is there to how to benefit the patient, how to become more patient-centric, how to help the patients more to alleviate their disease, to alleviate their side effects, all these things. The benefit of the patient-centric marketing in pharma are that the patients will feel more engaged, and there will be more greater trust between company, healthcare professionals, and the patients. And patients eventually will experience improved outcome out of his treatment or therapy or the management, whatever it is. However, this patient-centricity is a complex dynamic for especially for the pharma industry. Why I'm telling this, because there are a lot of challenges are there. Number one is the regulatory issue, compliance issue, and also the patient's secrecy or patient's right, all these things. So these are the things we must look before we think the patient-centric approach from the pharma commerce who are doing the pharma commercialization. Finally, I would like to conclude like this. There is a need for transformation of thinking of executive of the big pharma, as well as there is a strong need for a very good collaboration between pharma industry, healthcare industry, healthcare professionals, caregivers, patient support group, and last but not the least, the big tech company like, for example, Apple, Google. We can make a collaboration between them, because all these data are there. These data will help. We can. Pharma industry do not have this expertise to get all this data and analytics capabilities. So in any case, if some company wants to focus on patient-centric approach, it is, I think it is inevitable to collaborate with big tech giants. For example, I can tell you one story. One thing is Johnson & Johnson. They have done a good initiative with Apple for atrial fibrillation. So whenever there is some abnormality, the data goes to the respective healthcare professionals, and there is a system. Then the ambulance come to the patients, taken to the hospital and taken care. So this is this kind of initiative can be done, but I think it is started already. So eventually we will have in future we will have more patient-centric approach in pharma industry, and let's see how quickly we can move to that, because in any case there should be a change in the mindset of the executive, that everything, whatever you do, is focused on keeping the patients in the middle. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. A nicely settled need you stated here as we move to learn patient centricity in the industry. So moving on with the panel and the panel discussion, the first therapy area is diabetes, and the panel includes Ms. 𝗕𝗵𝗂𝗶𝗆 and Dr. 𝗕𝗃𝗃𝗍𝗏. First, we have Ms. 𝗕𝗵𝗂𝗶𝗆, Executive of Central Brand Management at 𝗬𝗫 Pharmaceutical Limited. Mr. Shah holds an M.Pharm and P.Pharm degree from North-South University and is highly passionate about the pharmaceutical marketing. She is dedicated to serving those who are seeking better health and well-being. Next, we have Dr. 𝗕𝗃𝗃𝗍𝗏, who completed his MBBS from Dhaka Medical College. Dr. Islam has previously worked as a regional medical advisor for the Medical Affairs Department at Novo Nordisk, Bangladesh for 2 years, and is currently working as a senior executive for the insulin team at 𝗕∗Pharmaceuticals Limited. I welcome you both here, and with this, we can start with our first patient video. I request everyone to be here, every senior speakers and the panelists along with 𝗕𝗵𝗂𝗶𝗆. We can start with the first patient.
See, the basic problem that we feel is a mental stress. Maybe we are responsible for it. We don't deny that. Our lifestyle, all these are responsible for all these issues, particularly when we become diabetic, because diabetes is something, or BP is something that you do not come across unless you start feeling the symptoms. Like I used to have a lot of soft drinks. Generally, I avoided, but being in Kabul, I used to have a lot of soft drinks, and never expected that I will become a diabetic, or this is something harmful for me. And because of the restricted lifestyle over there, we didn't have any other way of entertaining ourselves except the weekend parties with soft drinks, high calorie foods. So that is when I came back, and all of a sudden I started feeling a lot of urination at midnight. So which pumped me, and secondly, there was a weakness sort of feeling. But I thought it is because of the stress that a lot of things have been happening around. Maybe it is a stress induced. But when I got my HbA1c done, I was surprised. It was 14. Okay. And that was first time when I got to know that, yes, it's an alarming situation. I immediately started controlling myself, avoided, and came to 8. But still, it is more of a stress-induced that makes you uncomfortable. Yes, a lot of other associated problems we come across, like my eyesight fall down.
Yes.
Over a period of last 10 years, I hardly had a change in my sight. But in last 1 year, there is a change of 1.5. So it impacts a lot unless we start taking care of it.
Yes. So was there any history of diabetes in your family, or you were the first
Precisely, no. But yes, my mother was a bit. My father was diabetic for a certain time. It wasn't like you can say it's a diabetic, but yes, he had some, but all of a sudden it was normal. Maybe it is stress induced at times, or most of the time people feel like they don't know what to take, what not to take, and they go for a random testing. Generally, we should have a proper diet chart before we go for a testing. A proper, gap of around 12 hours of fasting of, but normally we don't adhere to all these things.
And so, what kind of medications are you taking? Are you taking like oral medications or insulin injections?
I know it's oral. It's 1 mg glimepride, which have been started by the doctor. But along with that, I'm taking this Ayurvedic also.
Okay. So like, have you ever faced any problem if you miss your medication or by any means?
It's not that. That's what I said. Sugar is something that you can notice immediately only when it goes down. When it is on a higher note, you don't come across. You don't understand actually it is harming you, because it is something which is harming you internally.
And so has it ever happened that you have taken your medication and suddenly you started feeling palpitation or anything like that?
No.
It has not happened. That's a good thing, at least. Yeah. And so would you like to share anything, at any point of time, did you feel like you are missing out on something because of your condition?
See, I generally don't take much of salt and sugar. Both whites are prohibited. As a family, we generally avoid that. But sometimes you get tempted. But yes, again, you have to.
And so do you follow any sort of diet these days?
Unfortunately, no. I should have, but no. See, that's what I said. Lifestyle is something which is hampering more than anything else.
So, like, have you started doing anything like meditation or walking?
Walking, I do. I often do walking. By far, I get a time. But since it is more of a sitting job of mine, so it becomes more problematic.
Then during your journey, like, has it ever happened like the doctors or the nurses or anyone who guided you to change your habits or to adopt any another new habit or regime to improve your condition? Has the healthcare providers given you that assistance?
See, to be very honest, not to an extent that yes, I can say they have. I didn't ask much. I just got diagnosed. I went to a doctor, a diabetologist. He advised me initially that you should take some medication. He prescribed. I'm going to it. He said go it for 6 months at least. That's all. And after 6 months, because see, it is majorly what he feels is because of the stress. But again, since my HbA1c was very high, so he immediately started with the medication. But now when I checked after 3 months, it was dropped down by 5 points. So maybe I also feel because a lot of consumption of soft drinks and carbohydrates was there. So maybe because every night we used to have almost one brick of ice cream. So all those factor counts.
So, sir, do you feel bad when you have to compromise with all those?
See, I told you that I generally don't take. But sometimes, yes, I feel. So now I am avoiding it. So if someone is having in front of me, I feel like he's teasing me.
So that's understandable. And so, like, is there something that you would like to share that had you known that information, had you had that information earlier, you would have been able to make better decisions,
I totally
or
agree
you would
that
have taken
in
better
case if I would have happened, it would have happened to, me to be aware of that, yes, this is going to harm me. Definitely, I would have stopped that.
And so, is there any information or service or product or anything that you would have liked to have or receive from the healthcare industry or healthcare providers that would have made your journey with this disorder a little bit easier?
Never actually thought of.
Okay,
Being
sir.
from pharmaceutical, yes, because I used to do a lot of awareness camps, making people understand. But that is not happening nowadays. See, those were the days when it was more related to people and products. Today, it is all commercial. It's more of commercial terms rather than a long-term vision. It's a short term, what the industry works on now.
Yes, I think that is what the topic is for this year's event as well. It is patient centricity. I think the pharma industry has to focus on patients much more than the products now.
Maybe the dynamics have changed. There was a time when that was a core of this industry. People and process.
Okay, sir.
Thank you.
Any last words? Anything you'd like to add or share?
Nothing. It's we who are inviting all these diseases and all. And it's we who have to take care of it. Medicines can be supportive, but unless you start changing, nothing is going to change.
Yes, sir, that's true. Thank you so much for the insights.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much for connecting.
Well, in this video, to summarize a bit, we see a male patient with diabetes share his personal insights on living with the condition. He expresses feeling mental stress and experiencing reduced eyesight as a result of diabetes, and expresses dissatisfaction with the lack of proper support and assistance from healthcare providers in improving his condition, and stresses the importance of awareness and education about diabetes for the general public. With that, I summarizes the video 1, but yes, we can move ahead with the video 2. Okay, so hello, sir. And starting with, I wanted to ask you, how are you feeling today?
I'm good. It's kind of chilly because the weather. Where are you now? Which part of India?
Delhi.
Okay, Delhi. It's kind of chilly now. I finished some work, came back home.
Starting with, me and the audience would like to know what are the experiences, what are you having?
I've got diabetes, but I'm a sweet tooth. It's very difficult for me to let go. I take medication and try to walk, as I'm being told. For me, it's just that I know I have diabetes and I take medications and I walk whenever my wife shouts at me. So basically that.
Does diabetes run in your family, or you are having diabetes because of some other reason, like stress at your workplace or eating habits?
No, it run in the family, but mine started with the stress. There were certain situations in 2018 where I was very much stressed, and I guess that's when it happened.
At that time, did you panic? Tell us what exactly you did at that time.
Frankly, when I found out I have got diabetes, that's who I am. If I have it, I have it. I have to deal with it. So no sense panicking about it. Half of my friends are like a medical profession or something or other. So I asked them, and they said, okay, those you have to walk a lot and you have to stop eating sweets. That's it. I've been taking less sweets, but then again, you just cannot hold your tongue. So once in a while I do take. Otherwise, people shouldn't panic. If it has happened, it has happened. You just have to take care of it like any other job,
Also, if at any time after taking the medication for diabetes or insulin injection, do you feel dizzy or giddy, your hands were shaking, had tremors, or they were suddenly sweating?
No, Sazia, nothing like that. Look, let me tell you about my diabetes. When I found it in 2018, it was as high as on empty stomach about 14 some days. I'm very, not at all much informed about this medical thing and our human body. So 14 is okay. Kya hai 14? Then I looked it up and then I said, okay, it's bad. And 20, I started taking medication, but never felt dizziness, vomiting, sweaty hands, nothing like that. So do forgive me, but it could also be mind over matter. It could be, So never felt anything. And then now it's on empty stomach. Some days it's 5, some days it's 7. Rarely it's 4. Usually even on empty stomach 6 and 7. And I'm really okay with that. I do not have any kind of physical stress or uneasiness, at least not me.
Do you follow the doctor's instruction for exercise and diet regimen?
Diet, yes, because I take, I've been, how do I say, I've been enlightened by my wife that because I take metformin, so my hunger is less, but I kind of feel hungry every 2, 3, 4 hours, 2 and 2.5 parathas in the morning. Now it's an effort to finish one. So that's one minus, I think. I cannot enjoy food that much, but by 12 o'clock again, I kind of feel hungry, 11:30, 12, if I have my breakfast at 8:30. Yes, and I do, like, coming back to your question, yes, I do walk. I've been told to do it 4 to 5 times, but I end up doing 2 to 3 times max. That's for half an hour on the treadmill. And I do it at my own leisurely pace. I don't rush it. And I don't take, our usual mithai and all that as much as I love to. And I do not take raw sugar. I use sweetener in the coffee sometimes. And I kind of been forcefully staying away from sweets, as much as possible. But it's not that I don't take it, I do. Chocolate, somebody brings it from abroad, then just the two of us finish in, 200 grams, 300 grams, easily watching Netflix. But then again, we don't do it for another 1 month, 2 months, something like that.
Okay, thank you so much for sharing that. What gives you hope and motivation on the days when living with diabetes feels especially very difficult for you?
No difficulty as yet, trust me.
So, since you have told me that you are a sweet tooth and you have shared some of the stories as well, can you tell us about your feelings during festivals when family members eat sweets and you are stopped from having sweets?
Yeah, I look at it, I want to, then I think that, nahi yaar, ye to achha hi hai, nahi khana chahiye. So I kind of resist myself. But once in a while, I do give and pick up 1 piece or 2 pieces, But otherwise, no mental issues, trust me. I don't feel bad that, oh my God, I cannot have it. Yeah, I cannot have it. I shouldn't have it. It's for my own good. I look at it like that.
Speaking of family, how did your near or dear ones feel at that time? Did they panic?
I'm the youngest in the family, so already all of them has experienced at some point in time. So nobody panicked, just, as usual, when you have in this part of the world, we are very family knitted. So especially my sisters, nahi khana chahiye, you don't do this, watch yourself, you know, umar kam hai, and you are already got diabetes and vagara vagara. So I said, "Arey yaar, chodo. I know I should take care of it. I don't feel panic. I don't feel bad. I don't feel stressful. It's just that I make some delicious food sometimes, and that's all about it, at least to me."
Can you share how the pharma industry can be of help to patients or caregivers?
Create some kind of wonder drug. Seriously, jokes aside, that, you know, you take one pill a week or something like that instead of one in the morning, one in the afternoon, or half in the night, on all that kind of crap, because you're a working lady. You know, in life, when we are really working people, it's sometimes it's not possible to have it just before lunch, half an hour before lunch, because the doctor said so. You know, so these kind of things, if they can improve on it, wonder drug once a week, or just one tablet in the morning, because mostly our life, I don't know, but mostly our life has been, you know, when it is work, it doesn't end at 6. It carries on sometime. We have got, you know, commercial visitors and other things. You have to go out for dinner, take them around and whatever. So it gets difficult, at least for me and the people I know, that to just have another pill at 8:30 in the night before dinner, because dinner not necessarily is at 8:30. So the pharma industry needs to come up with some kind of wonder drug, something. We have been to the moon in 1969, and this is 2023. What are we doing all these years? The pharma industry really needs to come up with something, that one pill a week or one insulin a week or maybe twice a week, and that should be able to keep the thing on below 7 or something like that. And in my country, for the viewers, I'm from Dhaka, Bangladesh, born and brought up, raised. Here the medical support, the professionals, embarrassingly, is not great. As you all know, half of our people ends up going to Kolkata, Bangkok. So the awareness is not there. The pharma industry really need to come up with, like in Facebook, we see all kind of crap all day long, but there should be sponsored information about diabetes, you know, like this is what the pluses, these are the minuses, this is how you need to take care of yourself, and, you know, enlighten us, teach us, help us go with the thing. Why do we have to end up with the doctor? Because Google is a wonder itself, you know. So if it can be made more easy, accessible information that we can, you know, really go about it, that would be helpful. I take one insulin, it's 𝗬𝗏, I think name is. I take 0.5 mg once a week, and that's given to me by this very elderly doctor at 𝗕𝗵𝗃𝗺. So she ended like, you know, mother had shouting at me, "It is so high, it is 8, you know, you should do this and you shouldn't do that." Okay, then she prescribed this medications, 𝗕𝗏𝗴𝗆𝗆, and another one, and this injection once a week. So state of mind, I think this insulin helps me. If I'm having a regular diet, not indulging myself with chocolates or sweets or anything, empty stomach, I get between, frankly, 6 and 7.5. which is high, I presume, but I'm happy with it because I was at 14. So, I've done great. And somewhere in my head, I feel that this insulin helps. And this insulin is not, it's selling in Bangladesh, produced locally by local company. Some doctors prescribe it. So once I got it at 𝗕𝗵𝗃𝗺𝗏, my wife and I went to see this doctor, and she said, yeah, this is good one. I'm glad she gave it to you. So I was kind of, it was on my, the company who makes it, I don't know how it works in your industry, but they need to give an ad which says, it could be said as a wonder drug, take it, feel good. So more for the common people, there should be more information. See, the economic condition of the world is in a mess. Okay? Ukraine war. I'm sorry, I have to say it, because to make people understand, you people especially, the pharma people. Diabetes is usually starts with stress. I don't know. A lot of people say so, like you said yourself. So with the world economy in a mess, the war going on, and Ukraine, Russia may switch off the gas in Europe, they will freeze, and the US dollar with the inflation in India, Bangladesh, Pakistan, people like you and I, we are all feeling more stressed because $1 was, I think, 46 rupees, and then 60, and then 70, and now it's, I think, 85 or so, right? So before, what you could get in India for $1, 40 rupees, you could get something. Now you need to spend 85 rupees. And I'm sure most of the salaries had not gone up by 80%. So the family people, the common people, we feel stressed, and that's gonna give us diabetes. So there is nothing we can do about it, except the pharma people need to come up with something fast, something good. Like I said, some kind of wonder drug which will cost us less money to buy, but will give us more relief instead of a daily thing, weekly stuff. Because 2020, by the time we reach 2025, trust me, your rupee, you need 100 rupees for $1. And I'm sure you understand, because that's going to put a lot of stress in our life. To buy cars, to buy anything, you need this stuff from, all the materials are from China and outside. So diabetes is going to grow unless you guys really can come up with something good, something fast.
Is there anything else you wanted to share with us?
More advertisement, awareness. That's it. And make it easy for people. Make it simple. Make it, layman to understand that if it's okay, if you miss your pill in the morning, it's still okay, but you need to carry on and face it, and, not scare people. Oh my God, you got diabetes, you have to be careful. No, you have it. Face it, live with it, work on it.
And I'm thanking on behalf of everyone on the PharmaState Academy team, pharma industry, and everyone else who will be involved in learning about your diabetic journey. I am sure most people are aware about the diabetes, but it will be a learning experience for those who are unaware of it. So yes, thank you so much. Well, this sums up a lot of information in the video. And without further ado, I would say, as we see the videos, we can have the panel discussion going on. And Dr. Yusha and Ms. Tisha, can you please tell us what surprising things were revealed by these two patients during the interview? Dr. Yusha.
Thank you, 𝗕𝗄𝗄. First of all, my heartfelt thanks to PharmaState and the team working behind, and of course, National Professor 𝗕𝗵𝗶𝗆 sir, previous speaker, Dr. 𝗕々𝗵𝗆 sir, 𝗕𝗵𝗵𝗆 sir, and of course, 𝗕𝗵𝗂𝗵𝗆 sir for chairing this session. And now, if we come back to the question, the first, it's a surprising thing actually see that both of the patients we see in the video that they suddenly they discovered that they have diabetes. They were not getting any kind of symptoms before, but when they got their blood test or when they developed symptoms, they are already diagnosed as diabetes. So this, I think, a crucial point. And even if you consider across the globe, diabetes is definitely a global burden. And even if we go back to 100 years back, before the discovery of insulin, it is actually considered as death sentence. But we know in 1921, the discovery of insulin, it definitely ignited a century of groundbreaking innovation, no doubt about that. And till then, we know there's a change, there's different kinds of medication is here. We can see that there's also, you can see that there's availability of the modern insulin and wide range of therapeutic arsenal. And if you come back again to 2021, if you see the IDF guidelines of the data, that almost 537 million people across the globe are currently suffering from it. And why I'm just telling all of this, because 50% of the population, they don't know that they have diabetes. And others 50 who are diagnosed, most of them are suboptimally, the glycemic control is suboptimal as well. So that's definitely a threatening part.
And Mr. Shah, anything else we can add up to this?
First of all, thank you so much, Vivek sir, Dr. Swati and Shazia for giving me this opportunity to connect to all of you, and definitely my gratitude to Professor Dr. Ajit sir, 𝗕𝗵𝗵𝗆 sir, and definitely to all the speakers who said so well. But I want to add that actually I do not want to say as a brand manager, I want to say as a caregiver that I was shocked that they handle so well when they learned that they are diabetic patient. So they were like, okay, I got it, so I have to handle it. But for me, as I am a caregiver, my mom is having diabetes. She is a patient for 23 years. And so when she knew that, she was so panicked, she was stressed. But it was really surprised that those two patients, they really handled it well. But for me, it wasn't actually. For my mom, it wasn't. So I think we should focus on that as well. And definitely everything about the diabetic patient. If I say in Bengali term that whenever a patient have this diabetic, they start to think, "Amar moron 𝗕𝗵𝗆𝗆 হয়েছে." So it is a deadly disease, definitely. They think that this is a deadly disease, so we should also work on that too. These sectors we can explore. We can definitely aware patients with the patient-centric approach, and definitely we are going to have a discussion on that. So for now, this is all.
Very nicely put by both of our panelists. I also wanted to say, as Dr. Yusha, the videos also throw light on how stress, anxiety, and depression may aggravate the rise in glucose levels. So in campaigns, what kind of strategies and tactics would you suggest?
Yeah, thank you, Shazia. It's a very time-demanding questions because of even we're talking about the patient centricity, and we know while we're talking about diabetes, the first thing comes about the individualization of the patient, because every patient is individual. And no doubt, there's the lifestyle, the diet pattern, and the comorbidities they have. That's a different, and of course, the social determinants of health as well. So as every patient is different, their needs is different, their understanding is different. So the first point, I think it has to be individualized when we are considering the treatment of diabetic patients.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the insights, Dr. Yusha. Sorry to intervene in between everyone, but yes, we have Dr. 𝗕𝗵𝗂𝗶𝗆𝗆𝗆. I welcome him. Dr. 𝗕𝗵𝗂𝗶𝗆𝗆𝗆 is a renowned diabetologist from Calcutta with over 32 years of experience. He is deeply respected by one and all in the diabetic care community. He has number of papers to his credits. His article on malnutrition in the Wall Street Journal 1997 resulted in almost $35,000 in donation for nutrition for preschool children. He also writes health column for the Telegraph, 𝗕𝗵𝗵𝗆𝗆, Statesman, and the Times of India. Assisted by his mentee 𝗕RN𝗵𝗆𝗆𝗆, they are doing amazing work at 𝗕Hs Global, which is downright a patient-centered organization and is doing a lot of community service. Thank you, Dr. Basu, for your presence over here.
Welcome, Dr. Basu. And Shazia, let me just welcome him and tell you, Dr. Basu's session was scheduled before we started, but Dr. Basu had some emergency to attend, being a busy doctor there. He had some emergency to attend, but still he has made it. Thank you, Dr. Basu, for being here. And we look forward to your insights, sir, about these patient videos and what pharma should do.
Good. I mean, I had made a, kind of a presentation ready because I was given to understand that Azad sir will talk about social part of the social determinants of health, and I would talk about the clinical part of it. And that's the reason I took the advantage. And I see the face which introduced me to this team, to this beautiful team of an icon and his mentee. I would say Swati is like an angel. And 𝗕𝗵𝗵𝗆𝗆𝗆𝗆, I call him brother. I have all the liberty to, take this liberty and call him brother. Of course, we know in the pharmaceutical industry, he is really an enabler of the kind, of the first of its kind. So, great work for what they're doing. And of course, too, they're associated with another, family of mine here in Calcutta, the 𝗕𝗏𝗃 family. I mean, who are the doyens in this business of education of health. So I would go to my first slide, and I will quickly rush through because I was given to understand that I'm supposed to talk on, pre-diabetes, and I don't know how you chose the topic, and it's so relevant to topic because the last gentleman who spoke as a patient could have been a person with pre-diabetes, but unfortunately he's not because his A1C was 14, and there is the role of the pharmaceutical industry coming. He is taking semaglutide 0.25 or 0.5, and he should not be confused, or he should not be confusing a semaglutide, a GLP-1 RA, with an insulin. Now, this is the pharmaceutical industry. Semaglutide is naturally Novo. So Novo, or it's a local brand maybe in Bangladesh, they should have the prerogative to go and talk to him and tell him that this is a molecule which will keep away from insulin, actually. It's a ulta, right? So I'm talking to my Bangladeshi counterparts and my population of Bangladesh. I, in fact, hail from Bangladesh. So I start my first slide. I was listening to the gentleman, I can't pronounce his name, Professor Forrest or some, he's from which country, Swati?
Waldemar. It's Professor Waldemar from Germany.
Germany. Waldemar, we tell by the surname usually. So with that respect, I was trying to, do it. So these are the, 4 comments which are there from the biggest pharmaceutical houses that we talk about. So it's to help people do more, feel better, live longer. That's the pharmaceutical industry's finally, takeaway, mission. When the guy is standing in front of my clinic, a lot of them have queued up already. They will come to me not to, realize their salary at the end of the month only, but to make sure that my patients are happy and I'm happy, and he's also happy to doing a commitment to society. I will just briefly tell you, taking a cue from Waldemar, Professor said that we need to do something for the community. This is what we discussed about meta care services. This is where we see a patient, last year, 24th April with 11.2. This is how we do our integrated services. This is, not yet app-based because it's becoming costly for me. And as he rightly said, there are a lot of these big houses who can fund us because we have the brain behind to do this. And we exactly did what we wanted. And then 24th April, my dear, was 11.2. And now see, 19th May, and I do my HbA1c every 1 month. In certain cases pretty early because this man was affected with COVID and he was on steroids as well. It came to 7.2. So this is something that is very commendable. This is a patient with not pre-diabetes, diabetes. This is a patient with uncontrolled sugars, see 28th November to 5th of December. We observed this case and then we did all the intervention, put him on insulin. On the 6th, from the 6th it starts, see the different distinct change that we have done. So it is not you and we have done. It is a whole community of mental care specialists who can do this. And it's not only Meta Care Services from India which is being able to do this. No, we have to train ourselves well. We have to commit ourselves and dedicate ourselves. So this is the slide that will get us from diabetes to pre-diabetes. Said life partner, diabetes. What the hell? We don't want diabetes as a life partner. So we actually will talk about pre-diabetes now. That is, let's say, prevent diabetes or nip it in the bud. So this is a case study, a 36-year-old female with 115 fasting blood sugar, with no previous medical any history, big history, but a childbirth where weighing the child weighed 3.9 kgs. Little fatigability, some vitamins, has positive family history in the father and uncles, type 2 diabetes and coronary artery disease, coronary artery bypass was done. This is the BMI 31.2, so pretty high. BMI and BP is 125/85. We did, because 115 was not normal, because we have to know what normal is. She was actually passed, her medical exam was actually passed as a clear medical exam by the local primary care physician in the office. And it is not. So that's where when she came to me, we put her on a 75 grams glucose challenge test. And it revealed fasting was near about the same, 117. 2 hours glucose was 173. The A1C was 6.4, and this is the lipid panel. We did a TMT, and she's a burly, very heavy bosomed lady. So the ECG tracing was not good, and it was basically 𝗕𝗵𝗴𝗆𝗆. So what I did was I put her on this, cardiac CT to see how she was doing, and see this was the change in her heart. Can everybody see this? Is it visible?
Yes.
So these are the buds which have come out of the left main coronary artery. This is the left circumflex artery. So she has already developed the plaques. The plaques, these are actually remodeled. They have positively remodeled the external that it's going outside, but they will finally come and invoke and take the lumen area. So the lumen will now fill up within inside, and it will start choking. So this is a state which is actually which is called a pre-diabetic state. This is a risk factor for developing into diabetes, and of course developing into all the other complications of diabetes. Unfortunately, in the world literature, it says 68%, 70% of primary care physicians don't identify these values as exactly what was done in her office as well. We would say roughly in India, Bangladesh, 90% of the primary care physicians don't pay heed to pre-diabetes. Now, what is it? This is how we will approach this case. We will approach in a person-centered care, because this addresses a lot of multi-morbidity. We'll come to that later. We'll have a shared decision-making with the patient, with the patient's family members, the patient's, the friends, etc. And all these decisions will come into taking a particular course of action, whether we're going into conventional therapy or whether we're choosing alternative treatment options. We are going to talk about the literacy part of the patient, the cognitive part of her understanding. Dr. Exam was talking about the SDOH, this social determinants of health. And there we will identify her economic status, the living and working conditions, the other domains like housing, education, the cultural values, how much practices of fasting, puja, etc. she does. And of course, the socio-political context today. We have a lot of commitments elsewhere. Let us understand the type 2 diabetes natural history. So there is something called insulin resistance. Because of so much of junk food, so much of pollution, we are the normal work that insulin does is it goes inside the artery or the wall of where the blood flows. It takes the glucose and it brings it and puts it on the cells where the glucose is absorbed or taken inside, and it is stored in a much healthier form. Now, if that doesn't happen, then the glucose is remaining in the blood. There is insulin coming to take the glucose inside, like policemen for taking the thieves and putting it at the jail or the cell of the jail. And the cell doesn't work because the cell is coated with all the polluted, maybe fat, and this lock and key mechanism doesn't open. So there is more sugar in the blood. There is more pump from the beta cell to secrete insulin, because insulin is secreted by sensing glucose in the blood. So the beta cells are stimulated, more insulin is released, and if they can now bring it to the cell back, then there is good sugar, normal sugar. But slowly with time, there is exhaustion of beta cells, and the insulin secretory defect occurs, and that gives rise to type 2 diabetes, where not only with the challenge of food, but also when you wake up in the morning, the fasting blood sugar also goes up. So more loss of beta cells, more you're going into diabetes. If you're taking, these secretagogues, these glimepiride, the glenides, then also they were squeezing the insulin, last bit of insulin that is there in the beta cells, and you are getting deprived of, the insulin. Finally, you are maybe having complete loss of the insulin from the beta cells, or the beta cells themselves die because there is no insulin release, but there is an amyloid which is taking up the space, like fibrils, like the Alzheimer's. You have these fibrils which take up the space of the beta cells, and the beta cells don't secrete insulin anymore, and you need insulin from outside. So it's no point, as the gentleman was talking to us, that 𝗕, the 𝗕𝗵𝗂𝗶𝗆 is 𝗕. You don't show anger to insulin. You don't bargain with insulin. You understand, get educated, and insulin as it is, like it's your savior in life. So the whole process of journey is, I'm saying normal now. My blood sugar fasting is, we talk in Indian terms, milligram per deciliter. In Bangladesh, just divided by 18. So it's, my fasting is 5 in Bangladesh, and my PP is 7. So I'm normal. But if my PP was, 9, then it would have been IGT, or impaired glucose tolerant, that is pre-diabetes. And that can progress to type 2 diabetes, and that can progress to, top to toe. Anything can happen. My hair cells can, grow gray. I can have skin problem. I can have retina problem. I can have stroke. I can have periodontitis. I can have lung issues, which our Corona Masi, 2 years back, she came and showed that how she's fond of the diabetic lung, the heart, the kidney, the sexual function, the toe getting amputated, top to toe, all happens with diabetes. Now, the question is, why are we interested in pre-diabetes? Because in pre-diabetes case, in this kind of a case where there's a predisposition of the genes, with the family history, that you can land up in diabetes, you better buck up and, you bucket those shows and see that you can really take a call on this. You will have good food, you will have a good amount of exercise, you will avoid all the bad habits, and you can stay out of diabetes. So this is the salvageable risk part, where almost, pre-diabetes lead to 70% of them go to type 2 diabetes. But I can tell you the exact number can actually, if you try, go back to normal state as well. So that's the whole cry. The hue and cry is about this. So I will now tell you about, the intermediate hyperglycemia is a term which is used for pre-diabetes. And in 2009, they talked about this high risk status for developing diabetes. But what was talked earlier was borderline diabetes, sugar is a bit high, a touch of sugar. But this Tommy Thompson, he was the US Secretary General. He said in 2002, let us call this pre-diabetes. And since then, for brevity's sake, we choose this term pre-diabetes. These are all the historical anecdotes, how pre-diabetes came in and how pre-diabetes is a precursor to heart disease. In 100 years back, this man was the largest man. This man looks like a normal policeman in the US and Canada now. So obviously, with obesity, we know the obesity is giving rise to insulin resistance. We know that almost 65 to 80% of all the diabetes in the world, type 2 diabetes, is contributed by obesity. We now know from new data, from BOM data, from WIDDLE data, that type 1 diabetes can also be contributed by the accelerated hypothesis of obesity. This is the prevalence. that in earlier days, we had high number of diabetes and then a small number of pre-diabetes. And unfortunately, the numbers are changing because those pre-diabetes, which was less, which was getting more, are now quickly converted into diabetes. So now maybe you will get less amount of pre-diabetes number and more diabetes, because the conversion from pre-diabetes to diabetes is happening faster. So this is the fall. The fall in the IGT that you see is because of quick conversion from pre-diabetes to diabetes, which we hate to see. 11 years back, 12 years back, this was the data that almost 55% of the people in Asia, they were converting from pre-diabetes to diabetes. And that's the hidden danger. We've all missed. The conversion rate according to age is this high. This is a very important data, that this data talks about the diabetes incidence by the fasting plasma glucose category. The take-home message is 50 to 60% decline in beta cell function happens when you put the patient on an OGTT, the 2 hours glucose test, 100 milligram per deciliter, when you see in the 2 hours sample. When you compare it to the 120 to 139, which is also normal, in 120 to 139, we assume that 50 to 60% of the decline in the beta cell has happened in that man. And unfortunately, you are still not defined as a person with prediabetes, because prediabetes definition, I will come to that later. This is the first phase of insulin secretion, which happens with food. I'm having some sweet. Within 10 minutes, my insulin comes to take care of that, with the sensing, it takes care of that sugar. That insulin is released from the beta cells by immediate signal that comes from the GLP-1 pathway. But next 2 hours time is a slow phase, but I'll give you this data. This first phase of insulin response is almost absent if your fasting sugar is more than 109. In this lady, it was 115, 117. So that 10-minute spike is not happening to put her sugar down for the next part of it when you go to the PP. When the fasting is 140, 75% of the beta cell function is lost, ladies and gentlemen. When fasting sugar is more than 180, there is a complete loss of fasting plasma insulin release, that phase. When 2 hours PP is more than 200, there is a marked reduction in FPI. Even in subjects with IGT, there is a marked. So not only in the fasting phase, but in the latter stage, when it is 2 hours, even if you have getting high numbers, that also is because the first phase was not working well. And the ticking clock starts very early. Now I'll run through the slides very fast, saying that this is the old Wikipedia's data, published in 1991. The old studies, came in the late 70s. Newly diagnosed diabetes in England, they were followed up, and the newly diagnosed cases had 50% of them had complications. They had retinopathy, they had ECG changes, they had absent foot pulses, they had decreased vibration sense, neuropathy, foot pulses absent is peripheral arterial disease. They had evidence of myocardial infarction on ECG, echo, and history of angina. They also had stroke and transient ischemic attack. So that is what we are now saying, that when you're detected or diagnosed for the first time, if you have 50% of the people, if they have so many complications, the ticking clock hypothesis says that it is a common soil hypothesis from where diabetes is diagnosed, and at the same time, all the other diseases are diagnosed, together. That is the tip of the iceberg. But when you actually now undermine and go inside the soil, in the common soil, you will have the pre-diabetes stage. Everything is also occurring in the same manner. Maybe not in that amplitude or magnitude. Maybe a person with diabetes can have a heart attack, 4 times than a person who doesn't have. But a person with pre-diabetes has the chance of having a heart attack, almost 2.5 times more than a person who doesn't have, pre-diabetes. So the definition that we need to understand, every one of us, is that in a fasting stage, our sugar should be, this is the number. It should be less than 100. It should be less than 100, that is 5.34 in Bangladesh. And our postprandial plasma glucose, which is, after a 75 gram glucose test, in the previous 3 days, we had a normal meal with at least 150 grams of carbohydrate. Then on the night before the test, we were without food for 8 hours, just only water, non-caloric, anything water is non-caloric. We do the glucose challenge test, and my sugar after 2 hours should be within 140. So that's something customary. That needs to be checked. That should be within 7. And if it is 140 to 199, then it is impaired glucose tolerant. If the fasting is 100 to 125, then it is impaired fasting glucose. And if the HbA1c is within 5.7 to 6.4, then it is prediabetes. If it is 6.5 and above, then it is diabetes. So diabetes is fasting blood sugar more than equal to 126. PP after glucose is more than equal to 200. HbA1c is more than equal to 6.5. These 3 criteria, which is the ADA age-old criteria, that remain the same for all of us. This is what we follow, and this is to be mandatorily followed in order to do the right kind of judgment. Obesity is the order of the day, and we don't call anymore diabetes as only diabetes, we call it diabesity. And see, this is Professor 𝗕𝗵𝗃𝗍𝗃, Azad sir's good friend and my mentor, and Professor Yatkin. They have the same BMI, but look at their body fat composition. Ranjan sir had almost 2.5 times more fat than Professor Yatkin. They used to work in Newcastle at the time. And this visceral fat is the precursor to metabolic syndrome and all the diseases that you have thought of. Prediabetes, whom to screen. So this is where the pharmaceutical industry can come in. These are the pointers that actually, make you come alive in the community and screen these people at that every nook and corner. You can take a kiosk in a mall, in a fish vendor's shop, wherever, in a mandir, in a masjid. If you can screen this population, you can really do a major change for the country, because they can actually try to reverse and become normal, or even if they cannot manage to become normal, they will keep it as a pre-diabetes stage. So chance of heart attack is not 4 times, but 2.5 times. But if they fail and if they don't know, as I said, as we all know that India, Bangladesh, our undiagnosed population of diabetes is more than 55%. So if we can unearth this mystery, unravel the mystery, and say that, look, you have this problem, then we can wake them up. So these
Dr. Basu, just a request, sir. We will have to take up questions. Let us ask questions about the patient videos to you also. Shazia will take it.
Please.
Yeah. So Shazia, if we can conclude, Dr. Basu, about pre-diabetes and diabetes.
No, so this is what I was telling you, that we have these screening, things that and the point is, as I was saying, heart disease, neuropathy, death, retinopathy, nephropathy, cancer, fatty liver disease, obstructive sleep apnea, you have everything within pre-diabetes. So you just don't neglect it. You have to think it, you have to intervene early. It would be ideal to begin long before you have even pre-diabetes. So this is the good part of it. And we need these changes to happen. We have seen that almost 58% changes happen in lifestyle. So if the pharmaceutical companies can, even take we have these companies. We have formed a company called Helios with Metacare service. So the pharmaceutical industry, we can partner, come in hand, and actually cater these services to the world. This is what I have been doing, and I will briefly share with you that this was my 2012 Times of India, which features on the World Diabetes Day, that 14th of November, where I'm talking about this Hari Pal, who becomes Harry Paul at night for an American bank. And look at his sugar numbers. His fasting was 118. His BMI was getting higher. And, finally, he succumbed because his office doctor, in the same case like this woman, never thought that this is important. Neither did he. He used to have his, nightlife in the office. And the day life was not sleeping, but also having party because he used to earn in dollars. And finally, he had the Harinama on his, the shroud, which actually we put them on the deathbed. So this is how we teach. This is what Vivek brother was talking about, the education of community services. We have this course in that with Badas, and it had a resounding success story. We know that in India, the population of dentists are around almost 3 lakhs, the registered ones, and one catered to the population of the country is 10,000 population base. So if you train one dentist to screen for diabetes early, and they can pick this problem early in the course of the whole conundrum, then maybe a lot of good things can happen. So this is Indian data, how we are picked up the pre-diabetes and diabetes, and how this is a cost-effective, feasible method, even in oral healthcare settings. This is, I'm not bragging, with folded hands. This is where my slogan, বয়স হলে 30 বছর blood sugar test প্রতি বছর, was translated by 𝗕𝗵𝗂𝗶𝗆 sir. 𝗕𝗵𝗂𝗆 sir is, he's a doyen in poetry, in Hindi films. He is now in Calcutta today for the Literary Society meeting at the Victoria Memorial. He translated my Bengali slogan. He said, 𝗕𝗵𝗂𝗶𝗆 The other slogan that I raised was, 𝗕𝗵𝗴𝗆 হলেন যিনি, দেখতেই হবে তার চিনি. And luckily, Azad sir has done phenomenal work with the Qazis. And so we have also emulated the same. We are doing this work in Bengal. We have started taking the Qazi community to appraise the newlywed bride and groom about a safe, good preconception counseling. Because gestational diabetes is a is a terrible, demon waiting in the lurch. Because we now know out of 4 pregnant ladies, girls, 1 will become gestational diabetic. And so entire generation of that lady.
Dr. Basu, sorry to intervene in between. There's a question coming up for you. How much time a physician should give first time while a patient is diagnosed diabetes? Means how much time should a doctor give to a patient?
Oh, lovely question. I will just, if you allow me, I can share with you a small clipping that we normally do for all of us. But this clipping was done mainly for the Bangladeshi population who come into our clinic. This is the slide that I was wanting to share with the pharmaceutical industry. You can go home and read this. Very, very important. This is the patient-centered care in the practice for caring patients and the families in the way that is meaningful and valuable to the individual patient. So it is very informing, and I will just Swati, if you allow me, I will go to that small video where I have to stop sharing. Right? Is it visible?
Yes, it is visible.
So this is
কলকাতার গড়িয়াহাটের বুকে প্রথমবার ইন্টিগ্রেটেড ডায়াবেটিস কিছু এই আমাদের ঠিকানা 18/18 ডোভারলে কলকাতা 29।
This is in Bengali for Bangladesh.
আলোচনার আলোচ্য বিষয় মেটা কেয়ার সার্ভিসেস। এই ফ্লোচার্টটিতে দেখানো হয়েছে একজন পেশেন্ট আসার পর থেকে মাত্র 2 দিনে আমাদের ক্লিনিক থেকে সে কি পরিষেবা পাবেন। তাহলে আর দেরি না করে একটি উদাহরণ ভিডিও দ্বারা আমরা সবটা বুঝি।
An example of a video of 2 days. The patient is entering the clinic and all the anthropometric measurements, everything is done.
প্রতিদিন পেশেন্ট আসার সাথে সাথেই তার নাম নথিভুক্ত করা হয়। এরপর বিভিন্ন ভাইটালস ও অ্যানথ্রোপোমেট্রিক মেজারমেন্ট এরপরে কিছু প্রশ্ন এবং কথোপকথন।
This is very important. The girl sits with you'll always have girls around me like Sri Krishna. They are actually the angels who lead the whole show. Now this girl will talk about, this is a questionnaire. This has a lot of distress score. The psychosocial assessment of the patient is done with these questions.
আমরা ব্যক্তির বর্তমান মানসিক অবস্থা ও সাইকোলজিক্যাল স্কোর নির্ধারণ করি। চিকিৎসকের সাথে প্রথম সাক্ষাৎকারের মাধ্যমে যাবতীয় বৃত্তান্ত শোনা হয় এবং চিকিৎসকের নির্দেশানুযায়ী পরীক্ষা নিরীক্ষা করা হয়।
So this is how we are looking into the probe of the tooth that gives us enough information about the diabetes. So Swati herself is a dentist. It's dedicated to her, and then all the battery of blood tests are done. And this is the
এরপর অন্যান্য পরীক্ষার মধ্যে রয়েছে ফুড এক্সামিনেশন, স্ক্যানস, রেটিনা
এবং কার্ডিয়াক অটোনমিক নিউরোপ্যাথি সিস্টেম
পরীক্ষা যেমন
to predict heart attack, sudden death,
USG ইত্যাদি। এরপর দ্বিতীয় দিনে সমস্ত পরীক্ষার ফলাফল নিয়ে আপনি আবার চিকিৎসকের কাছে এলেন, সমস্ত রিপোর্ট দেখালেন এবং ডাক্তারের পরামর্শ নিলেন। এরপর আপনি আমাদের মেটা টিমের মনস্তত্ত্ববিদের কাছ থেকে ডায়াবেটিস সম্পর্কিত বিভিন্ন সমস্যা ও সেই সম্পর্কিত সমাধান পাবেন, যা আপনাকে আপনার ভ্রান্ত ধারণাগুলি থেকে দূরে রাখতে সহায়তা করবে। আমাদের ডায়াবেটিস এডুকেটর আপনাকে ডায়াবেটিস সম্পর্কিত বিভিন্ন শিক্ষা প্রদান করবে, যেমন সঠিকভাবে ইনসুলিন নেওয়া, নিজের ব্লাড সুগার নিজে মাপতে শেখা।
So you have to, when you are advised insulin or a semaglutide or a GLP-1, the injectables, you are doing it here in the clinic. We have a pharmacy, so no pain. So it is absolutely really painless.
এছাড়াও ডায়েট, এক্সারসাইজ, লাইফস্টাইল মডিফিকেশন এবং হ্যান্ড হোল্ড মেজারমেন্টস ইত্যাদি সুন্দরভাবে শিখিয়ে দেবেন। এই আমাদের প্রেসক্রিপশন। এই হলো রক্ত পরীক্ষার রিপোর্টস। রক্ত পরীক্ষার মধ্যে এখানে 26 রকমের রক্ত পরীক্ষা করা হয়।
26 tests, a battery of tests.
এবং কেন আমরা এই রক্ত পরীক্ষা কেন্দ্র বেছে
নিয়েছি? This is done from the oldest laboratory in the country, which has a branch now in Calcutta.
এরপর একে একে ফুড এক্সামিনেশনের রিপোর্টগুলি দেওয়া হলো।
Amputation is we know that's the worst complication is amputation, and it predicts death, not stroke, not heart attack. Foot ulcer predicts death.
এই holo CANS পরীক্ষা এবং তার
whether you have an arrhythmia or a heart
retina diabetic retinopathyর জন্য। এবং একে একে ECG, ইকো এবং USG করা হয়। আমাদের মেটা কেয়ার সার্ভিস আমরা 1 মাস ধরে ডিজিটাল মাধ্যমে আপনার সুস্থ জীবনশৈলী গড়ে তুলতে সহায়তা করব। এইভাবে SMBG চার্ট ফলো করা শেখানো।
blood sugar, insulin, tablets, whatever.
ডায়াবেটিস থাকলে রোজ গ্লুকোমিটারে সুগার চেক করতে হবে। AGP অর্থাৎ অ্যাম্বুলেটরি গ্লুকোজ প্রোফাইল। এটি একটি কন্টিনিউয়াস গ্লুকোজ মনিটরিং ডিভাইস হাতে লাগানো হবে এবং যার দ্বারা আমরা 24 ঘন্টা ধরে একটি গ্রাফের মাধ্যমে আপনার ব্লাড সুগার চেক করতে পারব। ডায়াবেটিস, বার্ধক্য বা অন্যান্য কোমরবিডিটিস থাকলে নিউমোনিয়া এবং ইনফ্লুয়েঞ্জা ভ্যাকসিনেশন বিশেষভাবে প্রয়োজন।
Everybody is vaccinated.
ডায়াবেটিস এবং ওবেসিটির ক্ষেত্রে স্লিপ স্টাডি আরেকটি গুরুত্বপূর্ণ মাপকাঠি। এগুলো অ্যাডিশনাল সার্ভিসেস। রিপোর্টগুলি দেওয়া হলো।
So this is
Dr. Basu, I'll have to request you to just go with the questions now, because we do not have time left for the panel now. So let us proceed with the questions. Yeah, Shazia, you can proceed with the questions to Dr. Vasu, Tisha, and Dr. Yusha. You're on mute. Yeah.
Okay, so yes, this is for you, Dr. 𝗕𝗵𝗂𝗆. As you and Dr. Azad also have been an expertise in the therapy area, there's something you have revealed which many brand managers and public may not be aware of. That is the role of dental and oral health in delaying pre-diabetic persons from becoming diabetic patients. Any thoughts on that? Any lines?
I showed you that slide. I mean, it occurred to Kiran one day. I mean, 2 years back, Kiran is with me with this company. She told me that we are doing a lot of education service. So she said, let's do something, this combination therapy area, we do some education. And we realized that the dentists, they do the procedures and the patients come back and the cases are not getting better. There's proper wound healing is not happening. They're going back and, maybe, 1 month or 6 months down the line, they discover baseline diabetes or a pre-diabetes setting. And that may actually contribute, because if you've got a high A1C or uncontrolled sugar, your wound will not heal. So that, she, developed the idea that we should do such a course. And in fact, we had this 4-module course with a pediatric and adult dentist and a diabetologist. And we realized that this course yielded, out of around 2,500 dentists, almost 25% of them now I hear from them, they have got a glucometer in their clinic. For any procedure or before the procedure, they do a normal routine blood sugar check, and then if there's a problem, there's an anomaly they feel, they ask to go to get an 𝗃𝗵𝗃𝗆 done, and finally, if it is high or whatever, on that basis they take a call, they refer to a diabetologist, or my bottom line is they only do the procedure before they are happy with the sugar numbers or the glycemic control. So, whether it's a bad breath or whether it's a chewing difficulty, you don't have a tooth loss to start with, but they invariably land up in tooth loss. The young children, type 1 diabetes, if we don't take care of them as diabetologists, sending to the dentist, they will become edentulous. They will become so this is a very it's a bidirectional problem, and we need to actually empower the dentist to become actually the powerful first line. I say the first line catchment for getting diabetes under control in the pre-diabetes stage.
Oh, that's a wonderful insight, Dr. Basu. And I think many of the common people, they do not even know the relation between poor oral dental hygiene or oral hygiene and diabetes. But that's a wonderful insight which you have shared. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. And this for the panel discussions, I have the last question for you both. Both these patients' videos are apparently happy because they are adhering to the treatment. But data reveals that good many patients, over 50% of patients on oral hypoglycemic medicines, drop out. What kind of patient-centered approach would you suggest to ensure better adherence and compliance to doctor prescription? We can start with you, Tisha.
As I said, if I say as a brand manager, so I would definitely suggest that first of all, whenever we are thinking about the diabetes or other thing, in my mind, it's all about my brand. But whenever I'm thinking as a caregiver, so that moment I need definitely something which will definitely enlighten our patient that they always often misses the doses, So that moment when they misses the doses, they definitely feel hypoglycemic, and for that they most of the time they're feeling they may be hospitalized or they're having a sudden shock. If I say about my mother, she is just shaking her hand, and that scenery is making me vulnerable, So definitely there, I think there as a brand manager, I can also work that I can give some, I can make some awareness to the patient that adhere to the medication, So definitely for adhering to medication may make the life of patient easy, and definitely the rate of the mortality and the treatment of the cost will be even less, How? Because whenever I'm hospitalizing her, that moment my cost is actually increasing, not reducing. So the revenue also for the pharma marketing sector, that is also hampered for this. So I think as a brand manager plus as a caregiver, we should work on this, that patient should adhere to the medication, and we should give some awareness. We should provide all the time reminding them that do not miss anything, and we are always here to hear,
Right, exactly. Thank you for that. And to this, Dr. Yusha, can we have some addition?
Yeah, thanks for the question. I think Tisha has said the most part of it, but what's the key part is that what's the patient want. I think our respected Dr. 𝗕𝗵𝗴𝗆 sir, I will definitely agree that a diabetic patient, what he wants or she wants, that first thing she wants is that her glucose level should be under control. He or she should have a very good quality of life. And another thing, very common, that he or she wants to have a very normal diet. And so that the clearly thing is that they want a simple regimen, not a regimen that is very complex, where there is chance of hypoglycemia, where there's different issues. But if we consider even the patient video, the second one, as Sir was saying that the GLP-1 the patient was talking about, though he was mentioning it insulin, but it's clearly GLP-1. And even from our house, we're doing vastly about introducing once weekly dulaglutide, which is another GLP-1 that's definitely creating changing shifting paradigm, I must say, because of the greater glycemic control. There's we can see the extra glycemic benefit of the weight loss. There's cardiovascular protection, and even it's a very renal friendly drug, and even it can be given up to eGFR 15, as Sir must say that. It's definitely these are the points that gives a benefit, that's empower not just the HCPs, but also the patients to stick, to adhere to the treatment. It doesn't matter how magical a drug is, but if a patient doesn't adhere to the treatment, there's no use. So I think simplicity is the key. Thank you.
Dr. Tisha and Dr. Debashish and Bhupati Roy, sir, that there is one simple thing. I was listening to Dr. Basu, I was listening to everyone and patients also. The simplest thing in the patient video which is mentioned is they do not know about the terminology even. We are talking about GLP, ALP, XYZ, but the patient feels the problem at the basic level. His family goes into shock. And we are here as pharma and doctors, we are talking about the biggest of the vocabularies which we can talk about. Where does pharma intervene here? Can we make the lives of the patient? The last video had the last line that please make it easy for us. And I think that is the crux of the story, that we as a part of pharma, as a part of a doctors community, we need to make their lives easy. We need to give them more information through omni-channel, maybe through any physical camps or whatever we do. But that there lies the problem that we have taken today, that how we can become patient-centric in our approach, even doctors or for pharma for that matter. So Bhupati Roy, sir, your comments over this.
Thank you, Shati. In fact, actually, patient always wants very simple management and the lifestyle he used to do. So unfortunately, the diabetes patient, they had to take many drugs sometimes because of the disease itself, and he has to maintain some lifestyle modification is also important. So that is the part actually maybe the physician can play, or the caregiver or the patient support group can give some advice to him that something he has to change for his lifestyle. Another is regarding the medication or treatment. There are researches going on. Maybe one day there will be very simple drug will come up. So research is coming up. So one day we will have maybe magic drug once in a day or once in a week, one tablet or one injection is enough. Maybe that will create a great impact for the patients suffering with diabetes. Thank you.
Thank you, Bhupati sir. And Shazia, we will have to conclude this session, means diabetes panel now, and we will have to move towards the next panels. Okay. Thank you everyone for joining. Thank you, Dr. Basu, for joining us and giving us a lot of information regarding the medical progression from pre-diabetes to diabetes.
Thanks, wonderful session.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone.
Next time we can come back with pre-diabetes.
Sure, that happens, sure. And with the wonder drug also.
Yeah. Bye. All the best.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, and thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone. Let's move on with the second therapy area, arthritis, and the panel includes Mr. 𝗕𝗵𝗴𝗆, Ms. 𝗕𝗵𝗆𝗆, and Ms. Tanya Idris. First, we have Mr. 𝗕𝗵𝗴𝗆𝗆, Assistant Vice President, Sales and Marketing by 𝗕𝗵𝗂𝗶𝗆. a pharmaceutical business professional with 21 years of experience in sales and marketing in various specialty areas in the Indian market and Asian markets. He has been successfully launched global brands in India and has been long professional relationship with KOLs in the field of neurology, psychiatry, orthopedics, rheumatology, and gastroenterology fields. Next, we have Ms. Tanya Idris, Marketing and Sales Manager at Sandoz Division, Novartis Bangladesh Limited, an experienced marketing and sales manager with a demonstrated history of working in the pharma industry. She is skilled in negotiation, communication, team management, market planning, market analysis, and market research. Finally, we have Ms. 𝗕𝗵𝗴𝗆𝗆, Senior Assistant Manager, Renata Limited. She started her career with 𝗕𝗵𝗆𝗆𝗆 Bangladesh Limited as Medical Information Associate. She later moved to Unimed and Unimed Pharmaceuticals as a product officer in the Bioderma unit. Over time, she became more passionate about her career and life goals and became Senior Product Officer in 2017 and a Product Manager in 2020. Thank you, panelists, for your presence over here. We are eagerly waiting for your insights. And for that, may we have the first patient video for arthritis?
আমরা এখন এই আর্থ্রাইটিস রোগীকে যিনি পরিচর্যা করেন আমরা একটু তার সাথে কথা বলবো তিনি কি কি ধরনের সমস্যা এবং তার মানসিক কি কি ধরনের সমস্যা হয় সেটা একটু তার কাছ থেকে জেনে নেব আপনার নামটা একটু বলবেন প্লিজ
আমার নাম সোনালী বালা
এই রোগী আপনার কি হন
আমার শাশুড়ি
আচ্ছা ইনি কি কি ধরনের শারীরিক সমস্যা ভোগ করেন যেটা আপনি দেখে থাকেন
ওনার পায়ে প্রচন্ড ব্যথা জ্বালা যন্ত্রণা আছে মানে অনেকটা জ্বালা পোড়া আর কি আর পাটা ঠিক করে ফেলতে পারে না একা হাঁটতে পারে না নামতে পারে না মানে ওই পাটা পুরো উঁচাই করতে পারে না সে যখন বাথরুমে নিয়ে যেতে হয় যখন প্রচন্ড ব্যথা থাকে ওষুধ খাইলে একটু ব্যথা কমে আবার যা তাই হয়
আর উনি মানসিক কি কি সমস্যা যেটা দেখে আপনার খুব খারাপ লাগে
দেখা গেছে যে আমরা ওই রুমে কেউ কথা বলতেছি সে যে হেঁটে যাবে সেটা যেতে পারে না তখন তার কাছে কষ্ট লাগে যে সবাই এক জায়গায় আছে আমি যেতে পারি না বা আমরা কোথাও বেড়াতে যাব তাকে সঙ্গে নিয়ে যেতে পারি না তখন আমাদের নিজের কাছেও খারাপ লাগে যে ওনাকে নিতে পারলাম না হয়তো উনিও মনে মনে খারাপ ওনারও খারাপ লাগে যে আমি যেতে পারছি না আসলে উনি নিজে যদি চলতে পারে এটা ওনার জন্য ভালো হয় আমাদের জন্য অনেক সুবিধা হয় হ্যাঁ আমরা বাইরে গেলে ওনার জন্য ভয় লাগে যে একা নামতে পারবে না হয়তো পড়ে যাবে না কি হবে এটা নিয়ে আমরা খুব ভয়ে থাকি
আপনার কি চান কি ধরনের চাওয়া উনি কি মানে কি
এখন আমরা চাই যে উনি নিজের কাজটা যাতে নিজে করে বেড়াতে পারে হাঁটে চলে বেড়াতে পারে যাতে সামনে আমরা কোথাও গেলে তাকে নিয়ে যেতে পারি বা উনি চলাফেরা করতে পারে বাথরুমে যেতে পারে মেন সমস্যা তো ওনাকে বাথরুমে নিয়ে যাওয়া এটা উনি যদি নিজে নিজে করতে পারে এটাই
এখন আমরা সেই আর্থ্রাইটিক রোগীর সাথে কথা বলতে যাচ্ছি আচ্ছা আপনার নাম কি নামটা একটু বলবেন
আমার নাম হলো সিদ্ধিরানী
আপনি কতদিন ধরে এই রোগে ভুগছেন
5 বছর
আপনার শারীরিক কি কি ধরনের সমস্যা হয়
শারীরিক ব্যথা জ্বালা আমি নিজে চলতে পারি না পায়খানা পেচ্ছাপ করতে পারি না বসিয়ে জিভা দিয়ে কিছু খেতে পারি না এক কালার জল একটা বড় খেতে পারি না ব্যথা যখন বাড়ে
আপনি এই শারীরিক সমস্যার পাশাপাশি আপনি কি কি মানসিক সমস্যা মানে আবার আপনার এই রোগের কারণে কষ্ট কি কি
কষ্ট আমি মাসের ভিতরে যেতে পারি না চলে পায়খানায় যাবো যেতে পারি না আমি একটু হাঁটা চলা করতে পারি না ওই জায়গায় থাকতে ওই জায়গায় ওই ধরে ঠেরে নিয়ে গেলে যেতে পারবো তাছাড়া পারবো না পায়ে অত্যন্ত ব্যথা পা ওঠে না পাও নড়াতে পারি না
আপনার কাছে কি মনে হয় এখন আপনি কি প্রতিকার চান মানে কি ধরনের জীবন আপনি ফিরে পেতে চান
আমি যাতে একটু চলিয়ে ফিরে যেমনই থাক একটু চলিয়ে ফিরে নিজের কাজটা নিজেকে যদি করে খেতে পারি তাই আমার যথেষ্ট
মানে আপনি চাচ্ছেন যে আপনি এখন শুধু একটু নিজে নিজে যদি হেঁটে চলে বেড়াইতে পারেন তাহলে আপনার বাকি জীবনটা ভালো যেত তাই তো আপনার আর কি কি সমস্যা হয় একটু বলবেন
আমি পায়খানা পেচ্ছাপ করতে পারি না হামু দিয়ে দাঁড়া পড়িয়ে বসতে পারি না পা ভাঙে না পার মধ্যে অত্যন্ত জ্বালা যন্ত্রণা জিয়েল মতন কেতায় আর পা উঠাইয়া যায় একটু বাড়াইয়া এক পা হাঁটবো আমি হাঁটতে পারি না আর দেহের মধ্যে আইলো বিন্দে ও মাথার মধ্যে ভালো লাগে না দেহের মধ্যে ভালো লাগে না খুব অশান্তি করতে হয়।
Well, here the video, to sum up the video, we see that the video provides insights into the psychological impact of the arthritis on both patients as well as caregiver, and how resolving the patient's symptoms can improve her quality of life. So with that, we can move ahead with the second video.
Okay, this video will be around 10 minutes.
Can you describe your feeling when you get up in the morning?
আচ্ছা সকালে উঠলে হাতে পায়ে মানে মনে হচ্ছে জয়েন্ট নাড়াতে পারতেছে না, হাত পা নাড়াতে পারতেছে না, এরকম মনে হয় নাকি? Yes, she feels that she has stiffness in the morning.
So what are the other kinds of difficulties you encounter in the morning?
আচ্ছা সকালবেলা উঠে আপনার আর কি কি সমস্যা বোধ হয়?
আমার সমস্যা যে পায়ে ব্যথা, হাতে ব্যথা, তারপরে যে মানে জয়েন্টে প্রবলেম।
Well, in the morning she feels pain in joints, and mostly in the joint in hand, wrist joints, and in ankle joints.
It is likely that when your friends go to park or garden for a morning walk and you are at home all alone and unable to join them. Can you please share your feelings during those moments?
আচ্ছা যখন আপনি অন্য মানুষজনকে দেখেন যে হাঁটতে বের হচ্ছে, ঘুরতে বের হচ্ছে, বেড়াতে বের হচ্ছে, অনেক মানে হাঁটাহাঁটি করতেছে, পার্কে ঘুরতেছে, কিন্তু আপনি তাদের সাথে মানে হাঁটতে যেতে পারতেছেন না, ঘুরতে যেতে পারতেছেন না ব্যথার জন্য, তখন আপনার কেমন লাগে?
তখন যে ব্যথা লাগে,
না ব্যথার জন্য তো আপনি যেতে পারতেছেন না, কিন্তু আপনার মানসিক অবস্থা কেমন হয়, তখন কেমন লাগে?
তখন বেশি খারাপ লাগে।
কেন খারাপ লাগে না?
মানুষের সাথে হাঁটতে পারি না, এইটাই খারাপ লাগে।
এছাড়া অন্য কিছু খারাপ লাগে না।
আর এই যে শিরাটা সবসময় জ্বালা করে।
আচ্ছা, she's saying that actually she took it as the reality of her life, and that she will be able to join her friends in park because if she walks more or if she walks a longer distance, it will cause her more pain. So she took it as her harsh reality. But yeah, sometimes she feels upset. That's it.
Then family members make a lot of sacrifices. They may not go on a picnic or a holiday or a vacation because they have to be with you or they don't want to leave you alone. What are the emotions at that point in life?
যখন আপনার বাসার লোকজন সবাই ঘুরতে যায়, বেড়াতে যায়, তখন তো আপনাকে নিতে পারে না, আপনি ব্যথার জন্য বাসায় থাকতে হয়, তখন ওদের কেমন লাগে?
ওদের খারাপ লাগে, মানে
of course her family members are also very upset because they cannot take her with them in a vacation, in a festival where they can celebrate it in a park. They are upset, but they have to accept it.
Some of the medicines prescribed by doctors often cause side effects like pain in the stomach, acidity, and so on. Can you share some of the experiences, like you have experienced some of those?
আপনার এই ওষুধ খাওয়ার পর অনেক সময় হচ্ছে আপনার পেটে ব্যথা বা হচ্ছে মানে পেট খারাপ এরকম টাইপের সমস্যা হয়। আপনার কি এরকম কোনো সমস্যা হয়েছিল? না,
সমস্যা হয়েছে কি আমার বেশি ক্ষতি পেট খারাপ হচ্ছে।
Actually, she didn't face any problem like gastric acidity or stomach upset, but yes, she did face some problem like constipation.
Can you share about how pharma companies are of help to patients or caregivers?
Well, actually, I'm from a pharmaceutical company, and I've been working in this sector for more than 14 years. So pharma companies are really trying hard to get good solution for these patients. Ipandronic acid, zoledronic acid, glucosamine, all are available in our country. But the thing is, price of some medicines are high. Pharma companies are trying to reduce the prices so that patient can have it when they are in pain. The medicine for pain is not that much expensive because the pain reliever is aceclofenac, diclofenac, and the price of aceclofenac, diclofenac is not high. Any patient can afford it. Even any patient in village who has low wage, they can also afford it. And these medicines are supplied in government hospital for free. So pharma companies are supplying those medicine to government hospitals for free for the patient, so that patient doesn't need to suffer from chronic pain. But for longer period, for complete solution, they need some medicines. The medicines are still very expensive, but hopefully there will be a way to make these medicines more economic to the patients. That is the problem. But pharma companies are doing very well, and they are trying their best to do whatever the best is for the patients.
How do you find support and understanding from others when it comes to your arthritis?
যখন আপনি আপনার আর্থ্রাইটিসের জন্য, এই যে ব্যথার জন্য, অন্যরা আপনাকে কিরকম ভাবে সাপোর্ট করে? ধরেন আপনার ফ্যামিলি মেম্বার বা আপনার মেয়ে, ছেলে, বা আপনি যাদের বাসায় কাজ করেন, হ্যাঁ, তারা কেমনে সাপোর্ট করে? কারণ সব সময় তো ওই যে হাত পা ব্যথা নিয়ে কাজ করা যায় না। কি সাপোর্ট করে বলেন? খুব ভালো বলেন যে যেখানে আপনি চাকরি করেন সেখানে কি কি সাপোর্ট আপনি পাচ্ছেন? যেখানে চাকরি করি সেখানে খুব ভালো সাপোর্ট পাচ্ছি। চিকিৎসা আপনি ওই যে মাঝে মধ্যে যে কাজ করতে পারতেছেন না, ওই সময় ভালো, কাজ না করতে পারলেও সাপোর্ট ভালো, অসুবিধা নেই। She's saying that her family members and the places where she works all are very supportive to her. Actually, she is fortunate in this case, I must say, because not all of them would say they are fortunate enough to get leave from their workplaces, or their family members are not irritated by their pain. Not all of her family members, and as she is a working lady, her employers also support her with medicine, with leave, etc.
Anything like most challenging aspect of living with arthritis and managing the pain associated with that?
এই ব্যথার জন্য আপনি আর কি কোনো সমস্যা বোধ করতেছেন? ডেইলি লাইফে আপনার কোন কি কি সমস্যা হচ্ছে? ওটা কথা জিজ্ঞেস করছে না, বলতেছে ব্যথার জন্য কি কি সমস্যা? হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ, ব্যথার জন্য অনেক, পুরো শরীরটাই অনেক ব্যথা। এটার জন্য আপনার ঘুমের কোনো সমস্যা হচ্ছে, বা আপনার চলাফেরায় কাজ করায় কোনো সমস্যা হচ্ছে? ব্যথা থাকলে তো কাজ করায় চলাফেরার সমস্যা হচ্ছে, কিন্তু এখনো পর্যন্ত আপনি পুরো কাজটা করতে পারতেছেন, ঠিক না? Yes, of course. For this pain, she is suffering from pain, so it is hampering her daily life. That's for sure. But she is managing it somehow well. She was under medication. Currently, she is not taking any medicine because she is not feeling severe pain. But yes, when it is severe pain, it hampers her life, it hampers her work, but she is managing it. Somehow she is managing it.
Here we got the insights from 2 videos there. We can continue the conversation, and as we are running short of time and we have one more therapy area to cover, let us proceed with the panel questions. Animesh sir, after these 2 interviews we had with patients, can you share that along with the doctors, whether the patients and caregivers at home should be considered customers of Bangladesh and Indian pharma industries?
Okay, thank you so much. World Pharma Brand Managers on the World Pharma Brand Managers Day to conduct such program, especially to Hatangri sir, and I think 𝗕𝗵𝗶𝗆 is also here. And I think today now at the end of the fag end of the day, 69 members are there, still online. So at least some people are there to listen and to discuss and to get benefited out of it. The first important thing, we talk about patient-centric approach. Now, in this patient-centric approach, we have to listen to the patients, that is for sure. And we have to listen to the large number of patients, not 1 patient or 2 patients, because then only we'll have an insight, true insight, okay, as a pharma marketeer or pharmaceutical industry senior person who looks after marketing and sales both. And to meet patients and caregivers, will be large number of patients. The question is now, who will give you the patient and caregiver? Now, because of the regulatory issue, a lot of issues are there, but you can't directly go and approach to the patients and caregiver directly as consumer care. In consumer care, you can go and stand in front of a shop and you can ask 100 questions, you can take a database, but you can't do the same thing in the pharma industry. So you have to see what globally has been happening. Arthritis is a chronic disease. At the same time, there are a lot of chronic diseases like epilepsy. There are chronic diseases like Alzheimer's, dementia. So all these are there where the global players have created their own forums. Now they are getting the patients. From where they're getting the patients? Now, here one important thing that we have to understand, there's one very simple thing that is common between you and doctor, is basically patient adherence. Patient adherence to the therapy. Because this is a lifetime disease. One patient is on arthritis, he is on hydroxychloroquine or methotrexate or sulfasalazine or lufenamide. He is there for throughout the life. So there is no other way out. Okay. So patient adherence is the key. Now, patient adherence to the therapy, patient adherence to the doctor, or patient adherence. Now, finally, patient adherence to the brand. Now, unlike European country, where the patient is adherence to the therapy means they will continue the same brand. But in Asian subcontinent, it's not true. Patient may be on hydroxychloroquine, but there are 15 brands of hydroxychloroquine available. So 1 month he's on one brand, the next month he's on another brand. So the for same doctor, same patient on multiple hydroxychloroquine. So what brand managers will do? So 1 month he will get a business, second month other one is going to get a business. So it is very important that we have a integrated collaboration between doctor, pharma, and patient. Now, and that is where this caregiver forum comes into the picture. Now, caregiver forum has to be created by the marketeer with the help of the doctor. Now, why doctor will be involved in that? Because there is one common thing between doctor and the pharma company. Doctor wants to retain the patient. Doctor wants to spread his goodwill. He always wants the patient to spread the goodwill that this doctor is better. This word of mouth and doctors' awareness, doctors' popularity. Pharma company plays a very important role, and doctors are also aware of that. So there has to be a very strong bondage between pharma and doctor in a win-win situation, where with the help of a doctor, pharma company can create a caregiver forum. The more you create a caregiver forum at multiple location, multiple destination, multiple point in time, it's a homogeneous group. A caregiver forum of arthritis means there only a patient and his caregiver of arthritis. Many times patients don't come. It is only their caregiver come. But there is a forum. And that forum, if it's properly driven by pharma company, like For example, Epilepsy Caregiver Worldwide Forum is driven by UCB. Alzheimer Forum is driven by 𝗬𝗍. So they have got global forums. Every country, every city, they have got Alzheimer committee where the patients are coming. Similarly, arthritis also, Novartis has got its own arthritis forum. So what I'm trying to say is that companies should start having the integration between doctors to get that forum created. Engage the caregivers. Give caregivers a lot of knowledge. Knowledge means it can be a scientific knowledge, it can be emotional knowledge. Give caregiver a lot of support. Support can be a psychological support, physiotherapy support, it can be various technical support, which otherwise patient has to pay for it. Now, if a patient is getting a free psychological support, then patient will be more than happy. If a patient is getting a few consultancy or the physiotherapy support, he'll be more than happy. So those kind of support, if a forum is offered to the patient, this patient forum will maintain and they will continue for long. And that will ensure the compliance, treatment compliance for the patient, pharma company business compliance, doctor's reputation, and patient happiness, which is basically that global happiness index. So this will help both pharma and doctor as well as patient to adhere to manage the chronic care effectively. Otherwise, it is not a one-sided game. And secondly, there has to be some incentive for the patient. Incentive does not mean money. There are a lot of things which is additional aid which is required for the arthritis patient. A very simple aid. I give you an example. Arthritis patient can't hold a spoon. So there is a spoon holder which is available, very economical. The spoon holder can be given to the patient, which will help the patient to hold the spoon, because without spoon they can't eat. Because they are arthritis, they can't hold the spoon. Those patients can't hold the tab, they can't open the tab. So here there is a tab holder which is given to the patient, a plastic tab holder, very economical, which is being given to the, can be given to the patient. These are small incentive which can be given to the patient caregiver to give it to the patient so that the patient lead a better quality of life with this type of aids. So a marketer has to innovate a lot of inputs which is basically designed for the patient rather than to the doctor's tabletop. We only develop tabletops which is there on doctor table or is attendant table. So here in chronic care, we will develop a lot of things which can be passed on to the patient. And if your products does not have your branding, doctor can keep his own branding. So patients start believing that doctor is giving me this free. So doctor-patient relationship will improve, your prescription will improve, patient compliance improve. So it's a win-win situation for the industry also for the doctor. This is what is my take, and this is not new thing. It has been happening globally. In India also we did. We opened 65 memory clinics in India with the help of a psychotherapist, with the help of a doctor only neurologist and psychiatrist. And those memory clinics are happily running now today. So those kind of things, Novartis has got so many arthritis clinic. They're happily running today. So in Bangladesh also, pharma industry is matured enough now. Now they have to get into this forum. If they can successfully do it, it is not expensive. It only requires a very concrete planning and execution. So if you do that, I hope that it will be much beneficial for everybody. Thank you so much.
Very valid point. 3 cheers.
Yes, and you really had. Yes, you had really put a very nice thought of the connection between the three. There's another question, Ms. 𝗕𝗵𝗶𝗆. Can you please tell us how important is to identify patient journeys and how can pharma companies or marketeers play a key role in better outcomes for doctors and patients?
Thank you so much to the organizer, Vivek sir, and all other learned speakers and the panelists here. Thank you so much for the session. Basically, whenever I was just going through the videos that with the chronic diseases, especially the arthritis, what came in mind that here are the patients. There is a direct patient and there is indirect patient. So direct patient, the people who are having the disease, actually, they're having some problems. They are having the physical issues, the psychological issues, and the person who is giving care to them, he or she has also the problems. What is the problems? Problem is psychological more, because he needs to assist all the time. So he is becoming engaged with the disease patient. So from pharma side, we can say that it is high time basically for the patient to build a forum, basically what already Animesh sir said, that we can develop a patient forum for especially for the patient caregivers, where they can be educated, they can be counseled how to handle the patients when they have this kind of issues coming through. So it will be helpful to ease the sufferings with the proper adherence with the medications, especially when because chronic disease needs to get the medication throughout the life. So it is also very important to counsel rotationally with the patients and also with the caregivers, and it can be accumulated within a proper platform that can be done only by a patient forum or the patient caregivers forum. And what Animesh sir said, that was so impressive, that no need to give the tabletops for the doctors only. Do something very, very affordable, very innovative for the patient caregiver, so that brand can be there as well as there. So patient will be benefited, and pharma company can also be penetrating this kind of patient pool. So it is also very important to build the image as a part of as a part of the customer care management. So it is I feel as a marketer, I feel that it can be applied and adopted.
Thank you so much. As you have both have wonderfully put the patient's needs and the need where pharma has to work on. Just a last question from my side to Ms. Tanya. Can you please tell us how such real patient interviews can help a pharma brand manager in crafting a differentiation strategy and distinguish it from tens and hundreds of brands of a particular molecule?
Thank you, Sharia, and thanks to the learned audience and also Vivek sir for giving me this opportunity. So just to complement both of the learned panels, we can actually differentiate brand if we know how the patient thinks. So there is a saying which goes like, even if you think that you know the patient needs, think again. So you have to populate the patient journey. What Animesh was saying, I am from Novartis, Bangladesh, and there is also a patient forum for rheumatoid arthritis patient here, and patient caregiver forum. It is a accumulation or blend of both. And recently I attended one of their events where the patients actually shared their experience. So how can it help me as a brand manager? So let me show you a simple slide, just one slide for 3 minutes, if you give me permission, so that I can show you how I populated my patient journey. Is there enough time to show the slide? Just 3 minutes. I don't know if I have the permission to share it.
Please go ahead. Sure. Yeah, go ahead. You have permission.
Okay, so just let me share my screen. I don't know how to share. Okay, got it. Yes. Okay, so as you can see, here is a patient journey slide. Before launching a product related to rheumatoid arthritis, we have formulated this slide. So here you can see the patient has to, in Bangladesh, the rheumatoid arthritis patient has to experience some joint pain, swelling or stiffness. First, they goes to rheumatologist, medicine GP, and ortho or physical medicine. After various kind of tests, when you are suspected of rheumatoid arthritis, initial treatment starts. As Animesh sir was saying that everything starts with methotrexate according to the guideline. So it is a permutation and combination of both. So as we were actually trying to introduce biologics in Bangladesh market. So what the thing is, we have actually identified the pain point of the patients, and we have seen that if early intervention with the biologics can be started from the beginning of the treatment, you can actually give the patient more ease. Early initiation of biologic treatment was one of our findings from this total patient journey. I'm not going through this much because we have very limited time, and especially awareness is a very good issue, which was actually identified through this questionnaire. So the thing is, what we knew that if you don't say about it, anyone will say that same thing. That means if as a pharma company, I am not saying this, then others will say it. So for differentiating your brand, you have to identify the need of the patient, also the need of the caregivers, and the main thing is both the ACTs and pharmaceutical companies should be facilitated by this whole process. So that's from my side. Hope everything is okay, and thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, panelists. Thank you. You have really taken time into control, have put everything in mind and stated everything we need to hear. And with this, we have to quickly move on just because of the time schedule. And we go to the third therapy area, that is acid peptic disorder, and having the panel discussion with Ms. 𝗕𝗃𝗃𝗀𝗆.
Just to intervene, this slide, Tanya, was a wonderful slide. If time would have permitted, we would have gone through it for more time, but due to lack of it. But it was wonderful, and the insights shared by Mr. �𝗵𝗃, Sharaban, and Tanya were really, really great. How it should be done. More focus. I would request next panel to focus more on the disease area also, because we are talking generic till now. If something can come out from the disease itself that we are talking about, we will, be more happier that way. But this this panel actually tried to throw light into how patient centricity should be done into this disease area. Thank you so much.
With that, I just wanted to welcome the panelists, Ms. 𝗕𝗃𝗃𝗆 and Ms. 𝗕𝗵𝗃𝗆𝗆. I will be quickly summarizing it. Let me just firstly introduce Ms. 𝗕𝗃𝗃𝗆𝗆. Marita completed her bachelor's from pharmacy from 𝗕₂West University and has been working as a senior product executive at 𝗕₂Pharma Limited for the past 3.5 years. She is currently in charge of the oral conceptive pill portfolio at Bangladesh's first woman-centric pharma company. And next we have Ms. 𝗕𝗃𝗃𝗆𝗆. Ms. 𝗕𝗃𝗃𝗆 is a pharmacist from the University of Asia Pacific and has been working in the pharmaceutical industry for 8 years. She started her journey at 𝗕₃ Pharmaceuticals as product executive in the product management department. She has since worked on diverse portfolio including CNS, non-steroidal antibiotics, and pain killers. Thank you both for being here. And with that, we can quickly start with the video.
Yes, so this video will be of around 10 minutes length.
Yes. So we are going to talk to a person having acid peptic disorder, and here, starting with the first question. Quite often, the environment at a place of work may cause peptic ulcer or another such disease like heartburn. We hope your peptic ulcer is not because of this, or does it?
Actually, he is the building manager here, so his work life would not be the same as working in an office environment or so.
Even if he is working in the building, right? So there also we are talking about if that place also he, feel like that, even if in that space too.
এই পরিবেশে যে পরিবেশ আছে এটা কি কোনো কারণ হতে পারে আলসার হওয়ার?
এখানে যদি এটা আমি নিজে রান্না করে খাইতাম বাসায়, দেখা গেছে যে আমি তো রান্নার ভালো পারফেক্ট কিছু জানি না, তো সেই ক্ষেত্রে বা বাইরে আমার বেশি খাওয়া দাওয়া হইতো, তো সেই ক্ষেত্রে বাইরে খাওয়ার তো আসলে অনেক গ্যাস্ট্রিকের প্রবলেম বেশি হয়। যেমন আগে আমার অনেক হইতো, আমার আগে প্রচুর গ্যাসের প্রবলেম হইতো, রাত্রে মানে প্রতিদিন রাত্রে আমার বাইরে খাওয়া পড়তো, কারণ বাসায় তো তখন ফ্যামিলি ছিল না, তখন বাইরে খাওয়া দাওয়া পড়তো, এই বুক জ্বালা পড়া করতো অনেক। হ্যাঁ, রাত্রে ঘুমিয়ে আছি, হঠাৎ করে বুক একদম জ্বালা পড়া, ব্যথা, তারপর উঠে পানি খেতাম, বা অনেক সময় আমি হাঁটতাম, পেট পাপা দিয়ে দিত বাইরে খাওয়ার জন্য। কিন্তু এখন হয়, এখনো হয়, কিন্তু এখন তো দেখা গেছে ফ্যামিলি সবকিছুই তরতাজা রান্না করে খাওয়ায়, আর আগে তো দেখা যাচ্ছে একদিনের খাবার আরেকদিন, 2 দিন 3 দিন রেখে খাওয়া হতো।
So what he is saying is his family lives here with him, and the family does, his wife does the cooking, and they have a kid. So when the family was not here, yes, he used to eat outside a lot, and he used to have a lot of burning sensation and uneasiness in the night. But after his wife came over and they've been having home cooked meal, he is not feeling those burning feelings anymore. However, once in a while, because he has developed gastric, he does have this burning feeling or so. So he drinks water and take small walks, and that's how he solves this problem.
Also, very often patients of acid peptic disorder get sudden pain in the stomach in the middle of night when in deep sleep. So does it happen with you also?
একদম ঘুম দিছে, হঠাৎ করে পিঠে খুব ব্যথা করতেছে, জ্বালা পোড়া হইতেছে, ঘুম ভেঙে গেছে ব্যথার চোটে, এরকম হয়েছে?
হ্যাঁ, এরকম আমার এখনো হয়।
কয়বার হয় মাসে?
মাসে এরকম 2-4-5 বার হয় আর কি এখনো।
Yes, he has this severe pain in the middle of the night while he's fast asleep. He wakes up with pain, and he gets it 4 to 5 times on an average in a month.
Okay, and besides this physical pain, can you describe the mental agony you and your family members undergo at that precise moment when the pain stuck in the middle of the night?
যখন রাতে এরকম হয়, তখন তুমি না হলে ব্যথা পাচ্ছ, কিন্তু ফ্যামিলি মেম্বারে তো অশান্তিতে ঘুম থেকে উঠে যায়, যাই কি হইলো, এটা সেটা, এই ধরনের ঘটনা ঘটে, নাকি জাস্ট নিজে নিজে চুপচাপ ঘুমায় থাকো, হাঁটো, এই সেই?
না, আমি এরকম হলে ওই জায়গায় আমার ওয়াইফকে উঠাই বলি যে ঔষধ খাই বা আরো কিছু খাবার খাই, যেমন অনেক সময় খাবার খেলেও তখন আবার ওষুধ খাবার কমে যায় আর কি।
কি ওষুধ খাও?
আমি এখন বর্তমানে খাই হচ্ছে জোরেল ট্যাবলেট।
And sometimes he eats some fruits or some food, little bit, or water, and then feels good.
Okay, and mentally, does it disturb anyone in the family and you also?
It worries his spouse a lot, but this is so regular that they're getting used to it. The wife got used to it, that yes, this happens.
How does this midnight sleep disturbance make you feel the next day at place? Like you work in the same building, so even if does it hampers?
এরকম হয়, তাহলে পরের দিন সকালে উঠে কাজ করতে গেলে বা হাঁটতে চললে, সকালে উঠার পরের থেকে 12টা পর্যন্ত কিরকম লাগে? কোনো খারাপ কিছু লাগে না কোনো কিছু তেমন আর লাগে না?
ওইরকম ওই জন্য হয়, দেখা যাচ্ছে অনেক সময় যে পেট ফাঁপা দিয়ে থাকে, তখন সকালে উঠলে তো ওইভাবে মানে এটা বিরক্তকর মনে হয়, যতক্ষণ পর্যন্ত 2-1 বার বাথরুম ক্লিয়ার ভাবে না হয় ততক্ষণ পর্যন্ত এরকম একটা হয়।
Okay, so since we have one more video, so
Yes.
I show the 5 minutes of that video also, so that we have pain points of both the patients. Give me a few seconds. I just. Okay, so I'm just sharing the video.
Okay. We are going to talk to a person having both the diabetes and acid peptic condition. And here I start with my questions. When were you first diagnosed with acid peptic condition and diabetes?
My acid peptic disorder goes way back in 1982-83, long back, when I was a representative and was not taking food regularly because I have to travel very long distance.
and I would prefer to come back home and take the food. And I used to leave my home, say about 6 o'clock in the morning, and used to return 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock in the evening. Huge gap used to happen. Then I stopped doing that and started taking food in the places where I'm going. The foods were very spicy, and many a times it happened, I never used to able to close my mouth. It was so hot. So after some time, I developed acid peptic disorder, and my God, what a pain I had. Huge pain in my stomach region. I used to get crumpled with pain, and I had to be on leave for 10-14 days. It is way back, and at that time, nowadays a lot of medicines are available. At that time, not much of medicines were available, and I used to take those medicines. Not even cimetidine had come to the market during that time. What to talk of ranitidine, famotidine, and other things.
How have these both conditions, acid peptic condition and diabetes also, have affected your daily life and activities?
I had to take meals in time. Number two is that it used to affect my daily way, because a lot of sour water, that is the stomach water, used to come up in the mind and mouth, and there was a huge burning sensation in the chest region. That is the reflux. I had that reflux, what we call it in Bengali, 𝗕𝗵𝗃𝗀, and really it is very much painful. And I was unable to sleep also many times, because this sour water of the stomach used to pump into our mouth. That was a very big problem for me. That was really affecting my lifestyle. And diabetes, I've diagnosed diabetes recently, say about 2008. I had diabetes under control. And because of the food habits doctor prescribed me, I usually stuck to it.
And also, sir, very often people with acid peptic condition got sudden pain in the stomach in the middle of night when in deep sleep. So apart from physical pain, can you describe the mental agony you and the family members also at the precise moment?
Usually started happening with me in night. And I was quite scared before going to sleep that whether this pain will be there in night or not. So that was very much agonizing for me. Bhishon kharap lagto, but bhoy petam ami. So I was very much terrorized by the thought that I may have acid peptic pain, gastric pain in my night. So that was the really affecting thing. And top of it, many a times when this sour water used to come up in the mouth and used to pain a lot in the chest region, that was quite painful. And you will not unable to sleep with that. You will have to sit. You have to sit with that. Immediately the sour, that water will enter your mouth. So many a times I have to sit in my bed with a pillow in my bed, in my lap, and used to sleep.
And did it affect your sleep later on after the pain subsided?
After the pain subsided, I used to go for sleep. And that used to make me sleep for hours. And next day work used to get hampered.
I think because you were anxious, it affected your pain more. That's what I'm not sure. Can you just elaborate on that?
The thought itself was very agonizing, and probably there is a correlation between my anxiety and the acidity at night, nocturnal acidity, the nighttime, ratrebelar je acidity hoy, that thing used to be very much agonizing, and this used to affect my lifestyle like anything. And my wife and other people in the family used to get disturbed because They used to see that I am not sleeping. I am just sitting and putting some pillows on my lap and putting my head so that it doesn't pain me.
In this acid peptic disorder, the doctor asks you to stop spicy foods and start eating bland food. How do you feel about that?
That spicy food, if you take it, when you are having severe acidity, you will have it. You will really have pulling the danger. Instead of, if you have something which is acceptable, salt is there, taste is there. So why you require a spicy food? And spicy food, after taking within half an hour to 1 hour, you will have lots of problems. So you are tasting for 5 minutes or 7 minutes that spicy food and you are suffering for hours. That has to be taken into consideration. That you are suffering for hours for that 5 minutes, 10 minutes of food, and you will suffering for hours together after that. That, I'm being a Bengali, I'm fond of spicy foods. But gradually you have to learn that you should not do all those things, and you have to control that 2" by 4" muscle, that is tongue. জিভটাকে সামলাতে হবে, জিভটাকে না সামলালে কিন্তু এই জিনিসটা কমবে না. We the Bengalis have a problem of very much fastidious about food, and we suffer a lot because of that. In fact,
Dr. Satish, can we now stop the video and have the discussion ongoing? Yeah.
Yes, sure.
Okay, so let's move on to the discussions. So the question is to both of the panelists. As we see the videos, do you think that these type of insights that we have from the 2 videos are useful to the brand manager in differentiating their brands from the competitors for preparing positioning statements and position messages? To both of you, starting from Ms. Meerash.
Thank you, Shazia. I'm audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Yeah. First of all, I would like to take one moment that thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to be able to speak here in front of the esteemed panel. And Vivek sir, as always, I have not be able to be here with if it's not for BU. Thank you, Vivek sir, for the opportunity, and thank you, PharmaState. Acid peptic disease is something that every person, be it from the age of 12 to 90 years, they will face it at any point of their time of their life. And this is so common that we can guess from the booming markets of PPI brands in terms of prescription, in terms of the sales volume that we see. So this is the most common disease, and this is something that we feel for a bit of a time. Like right now, I am very much stressed because I have to speak in front of big celebrities. So I am stressed, and this is triggering the heartburn, and I can feel that I am having a bit of acidity. So yes, stress from the both video we saw, stress is one important factor that triggers. So knowing the triggers which can put you in situations which is uncomfortable for your stomach. And if your stomach is not happy, my dear, your brain is not going to work. So yes, the habits that a person should follow, the habits, the stress levels, the how, when, where, what to eat, what not to eat, this we know, but we don't know from the right sources. If a brand, if my PPI brand wants to endorse the good habits, what food habits should a diabetic person should have, what food habit an arthritic patient should have, what food habit a general patient, a general person aging from 20 years to 30 years should have, what food habit after 35 years a person should have. If I can promote these kind of awareness and put my brand reminder in the awareness post, that gives me an opportunity to differentiate my brand from others. That gives me the opportunity to create a different identity for my brand, which is caring for the patient. And at the same point of time, my brand will give message to the doctors who, as pharma company, we consider our first customers. We also give the message to doctors that we care for your patients. Your patients are our first priority. We care for them. And that's why we're designing every output through our brands for your patients, so that you can serve your patient with a good brand of our company. So that actually, these kind of videos, these kind of insights, what patient wants will help us to differentiate and to design a different set of presentations for our brands, and which will help us differentiate our brands from the other companies or the competitors, I may say.
Thank you. And that is too wonderful that you have put the live example over here. Coming on with Ms. 𝗕𝗏𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗆, please have your insights.
Thank you, Ms. Shazia. Before starting, I would like to thank PharmaState and Vivek sir, because for whom I am capable of standing here in front of lots of esteemed panelists to be able to speak here. So thank you, PharmaState and Vivek sir, for that. And hello, everyone, and good evening. So as Ms. Arshia has rightly pointed out, I would like to add with her that, in marketing, patient journey is a very hype term for us brand managers. But, but most of the time, we cannot always execute them from a patient's point of view, actually. So from these two videos of patients suffering from peptic ulcer, what I have gathered that actually not only the patients should be taken into consideration here. The people revolving around the patients, that from both of the videos, we heard from them that when they wake up at middle of the night of severe pain, their family members, like be it their spouse, children, or father or mother, they also get distressed or panicked. So the primary caregivers, we can also take them into the whole patient journey, and we can also take them into account. Okay, so if we while strategizing a brand, these types of insights actually helps us a lot and helps us in differentiating us from our customers or competitors. And for future, when we can do this sort of communication in the right way, with the right message, it can actually increase access of care to our customers. And by customers, I don't only mean only our doctors or patients. I'm also referring to the primary caregivers who are caring for the patients, who are giving care to the patients at that time. They can be also taken into account. And if we can address it rightly to the physicians and tell them, empathize with them that we are also caring for your patients. We care for what matters to you the most. With this message, then it can surely differentiate us, or differentiate the brand from any other brands in the market. So that's it from my side for this question.
Thank you, Ms. 𝗕𝗏𝗧𝗵𝗏𝗆. The wonderful insights coming from both of you. Just a little note I want to have, and we all want to have, if we can have one new idea that can be generated after viewing these videos. Ms. 𝗕𝗏𝗧𝗵𝗏𝗆. You're on mute. Yeah.
One new idea that I want to, after watching this portfolio videos about peptic ulcer disease, I wouldn't say it is for our practice actually new, but something we have seen during the COVID period, since going to doctor or making myself available to a doctor was a bit difficult because of the lockdown, or they were not being able to do chambers, or it was very difficult time. And back then, one thing got very popularized, that is some online based app, or doctors were coming online, or apps were designed so that telecommunication was developed so that a patient can access a physician's help from the comfort of his home, so that he or she don't need to go out. And I should not say it's after COVID, because COVID is still there, but we have a lot of control over it. But still, that somehow stuck with the practice. Nowadays, we also at some point of time, some patients are a bit difficult. It is difficult for them to go out and seek help from the physician. So we are now more online based. We browse Facebook, we browse Google for help, for aid, that what to do, what not to do. So one idea, I wouldn't say it's completely new, because we have started a practice of it. We can continuously make small videos of physicians that they have to say for their patients, and make them available through our verified pages that we escape already do these kind of videos, short messages that regarding various diseases at times, various days like Heart Day, or in recent past we have celebrated GERD week with doctors. We have made an association with a celebrity, a known face, from whom mass people wants to hear or wants to follow that what the celebrity does. So from her, I'm not taking names here. So from her words, it affects people. They try and mimic that, and they try and to know. Similarly goes for doctors. There are several big names doctors that it is difficult for everyone to get their appointment easily. But if I can transfer their messages, their key messages, what they want to share with their patients, so with that is accessible through the verified pages, it will help them. So that is one part we want to continue for the betterment of patients. And also see, peptic ulcer disease is something that if I get immediate relief from the bad feeling, that the nocturnal acidity, if I say that, that happens to me quite a time, that I wake up with severe acidity from a very deep sleep. I'm sleeping in a very deep sleep. I suddenly wake up and I can feel that the acid is coming down from my nose. So it wasn't a very pretty feeling. So this thing, when it's happening to me, probably my GERD condition has worsened a bit. But if I know that the little burning, the little sensations when I had back then, if I drank more water, or if I had changed my food habit, then it wouldn't have gotten so worse. So this kind of awareness also important. It is important for arthritic patients that we have seen in previous discussion. It is very important for arthritic patients, because patients and caregivers, when they come along, they discuss, and a lot of things come out of that thing. But for this disease, peptic ulcer disease, this is something so huge, everyone facing it. But when I just have a PPI for 1 and 2 days, then I feel better. So I stop taking that medication. It's not like an antibiotic that I have to finish a course. We don't do that. We actually stop our treatment there. There is some kind of awareness we need to develop, that PPI is also, you need to complete the dosage that your doctor prescribed for 3 months. You need to continue to heal. Your doctor probably have given you another medication along with it. You have to complete that. So this kind of awareness is also we want to create, so that we can have patient group discussion and adhere a day or two from our side. Something we want to do in a mass days like select Chittagong, Dhaka with big doctors, so that they can have a speech for mass people, and we can also share clippings of that throughout the month or quarter. So awareness is the key. So we want to spread messages from the doctors for their patients. We just want to be the peer.
Great. With that, to both the panelists, I want to say it's a comment from 𝗕𝗵𝗴𝗆𝗆 sir, that in detailing of a brand, a story building can be created for expressing acid peptic disorder to the doctor. That is just a comment from his side. And with that, I feel if Ms. Marita has an expression for this question as well.
Okay, I actually second with Ms. Arshia that we need to actually be more involved in creating the awareness so that, as Vivek sir has always told us that brands needs to be promoted, not the molecule actually. So with this type of patient insights, we will actually found something that will differentiate us from others, because with this type of patient insight, we would be able to pull some awareness campaigns or something that will matter to the doctor, because we are caring for his patients, his or her patients, and their caregivers. And as we have discussed earlier, that caregivers must not be neglected, because for whom we are making the medications, for patients we are making the medications, and also they are actually buying, and we are generating our revenue is generating from them, so we can't actually neglect them. So I will end my speech with saying that for future, our brand managers need to consider both doctors, patients, and also the primary caregivers as our customers. That's it from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, panelists. Very insightful when it is coming from each of you, the panel members. I would like the senior panelists to have shed some light on the discussion we had with the 3 therapy areas along with the panel discussion. Vivek sir.
In fact, I would give this opportunity to Bhupati Rai sir. Please.
Bhupati Rai sir.
So
we would like to know, we would like to know that how the panelists have performed across the 3 therapy areas.
So actually, for any chronic disease, for this patient education, patient support group is very important. There we need to work along with the physicians as much as possible as a pharma company. And for like acid peptic disorder or any acute diseases, that can be done through physicians only. I think there is very little scope to go further for disease awareness. Maybe disease awareness we can do. So Arshia, Miss Arshia.
Yes.
So
Yes,
you
sir.
said this the disease awareness. Disease awareness for peptic ulcer, you can initiate some program, maybe with the help of a doctor or a clinic.
Definitely, sir.
In a Jumma, after the Jumma prayer, you can through physician, you can tell something about disease, the peptic ulcer disease and its management. So the people can know better about the disease and the management. So one side is the disease management, another is the branding. I am not coming up with the branding issue. Branding is different issue here. Yes. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for this wonderful insight.
One insight I have, Shazia, that I would like to share after listening to all the talks, and also our Dr. Basu briefing us about pre-diabetes and diabetes. We wanted to have this exercise to show you the window, how we view patients and how a doctor views a patient. You may have seen Dr. Basu was talking more on the clinical side and had jargons in his speech, which even we were not thinking that he would discuss.
Yeah.
So this is how doctor is treating patients. They are giving information which is simply going over their heads, right? And a patient will come, has nowhere to go when he is asking for help. When a doctor talks about, in a video, I'll invite you all to join us on the 15th also, because in those videos, patient literally says, when I went to a doctor, doctor is speaking something which I could not understand at all. It's a cancer patient, and he is speaking his journey. He says, I couldn't understand what he's talking. He's talking metastasis, he's talking this, he's talking that. I couldn't understand. And this makes me more miserable, very miserable. Already I am suffering from a disease. And now the person to whom I have gone to is giving me more things to, learn. So that is the pain that a patient carries when one has a disease. And this exercise was done to show, we are a third party, so we can have a patient video and show it to you. And I understand 𝗵𝗂𝗺 sir mentioning that pharma cannot directly go to a patient and get those videos. A third party has to be involved, or some doctor has to be involved in doing so, such an exercise. But this was done by PharmaState Academy to show everyone that how a journey a patient feels when he is going through the disease. Doctor is surely there to help, but he gives limited time. Pharma is there to help. It gives drugs, but please think beyond the pill. And that's all I have to say. Think beyond the pill.
Swati, I want to say something.
Yes, sir.
So actually, as not as a company person, as a patient, I want from doctors, they will talk my language. I want that. Number one. Number two, I want he will ask me open questions, and I will tell more. He will listen more and talk less. That is very important. And I want more time from him, even at the cost of some expenses.
Yes.
For example, in psychiatry, there is a practice for psychotherapy, maybe for 1 hour. So they charge more. So in some conditions, patient needs more time. So for busy physicians, they can charge more for giving more time to the patients. So this we want actually. As a patient, I feel that.
I completely agree, 𝗵𝗂𝗺 sir, and I would rather say here lies the opportunity for pharma companies, which a physician is not giving his time, where a physician is not giving support. Companies can do something in the ways that they can understand, they can forge with other organizations. And hopefully physicians will also listen to this. I tried asking that question to Dr. Basu live, but I think he didn't want to answer. So no problems there, sir. Thank you so much for joining us, 𝗵𝗂𝗺 sir, and chairing this panel. Thank you, Marita, Arshia, Dr. Yusha, Animesh sir, and Tanya, and all the panelists who joined us, Tisha, for these exercises. And big thanks to 𝗧𝗵𝗵𝗆 and our team, Dr. Nusrat, who created those videos. They took insights, they tried to take insights. They have done a wonderful job at it, and given a lot of time to get those insights. So thank you so much. Thank you, Vivek sir, for being here. Shazia, please brief about what is going to come next on 14th and 15th. Yeah.
Yes, sure. With all the insights today, it can be said that it is patient-centric era. And here we comes to an end the evening. And it's not the end of learning, as you all are aware that we are holding this to the another 2 days. Tomorrow 14th, focusing on the academic insights, concentrating on the topic e-commerce initiative, pharma retailing, a step towards benefits of patient, with the student panel and the discussion with the faculties of leading universities on patient-centric approach in the pharmaceutical value chain, from drug discovery to market or drug commercialization. I would also like to encourage each and every one of you to join on 15th with the leading luminaries and focus on the patient centricity, dealing with majorly diabetes, gynecology, dermatology, and cancer. The timing for both of the days are from 11 a.m. onwards. It's 11:30 Bangladesh time. Please, I request all the participants, attendees that so far have left here, and bear with us with all the discussions, the STEAM panel, the speakers, to be there and to get the insights what we are going to another 2 days. That concludes our event for today. We hope you all have gained valuable insights and inspiration to continue striving for excellence in pharma marketing through patient-centric approach. And now we can have a parting video for all of you from PharmaState Academy. I want to convey my thanks to esteemed speakers, panelists, and the audience. Thank you all for joining in. At words as we wrap up today's informative session from Vivek sir, Dr. Swati, please.
Okay. In fact, this program, I have to first thank the three eminent personalities who joined us. Dr. Azad Khan, Dr. 𝗕𝗵𝗴𝗆𝗆, and our very own Dr. 𝗕𝗵𝗴𝗆𝗆 sir. Without them, the program would have never been complete. And the beautiful young boys and girls in the pharma industry who will probably be the CEOs of tomorrow. My God, when I heard them, I felt ashamed of myself. I was never so good when I was of their age. Really. I mean, if you had asked me when I was of their age to speak, I would have never been able to speak. And my compliments to all of them. And of course, thanks to Shazia, without whom this program would have never taken place. The beautiful way you initiated these videos. Thank you very much, everyone. 𝗓𝗏𝗧𝗵.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you, everyone. Thank you for joining in. And it was insightful hours of learning with you all panelists. Thank you so much. And with this, we can conclude the session.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Take care.